Good morning. Oh, come on, it's a beautiful day. You can do better than that. Good morning. That's better. That's better. Hello again to all of you who were with us yesterday, and I welcome you, those of you who are just joining us today, and those of you who are joining us in the live stream all over the world. My name is Ernest Sotomayor. I am the Dean of Student Affairs here, and I thank everyone for making the time and traveling from so many faraway places to learn more about Columbia University's Graduate School of Journalism. We're very pleased to have you. So those of you who were with us last night, how were the social events? Good? Have a good time? Good, good. I hope our speakers aren't too loud for some of you who had a bit too much of a good time. We'll try to keep the noise level down. For those of you who could not be with us yesterday, we had a marvelous address from our Dean, Steve Call, and it was recorded and it's archived on our Columbia live stream page. So if you didn't see that, and those of you who are on our live stream and weren't with us yesterday and did not see that, you can go back and listen to a very thoughtful discussion about the craft of journalism and how we here at the Journalism School can prepare you for a career in this business. We know you have lots of questions and that there's a lot of information you will be seeking from us this weekend and later on. So we have a very full agenda that we will walk you through later. And the people here to answer your questions, I encourage you to ask anything at any point and to stop any of our staff. If you see students around the building, stop them, alumni. And anyone else that you have a question for. And so speaking of alumni, one of the most important reasons to consider coming to Columbia Journalism School, as you heard yesterday, is that you would be joining a great family of graduates. It is a very distinguished, and a very generous family. As a student, you will hear plenty about alumni every single day of the school year, because they are coming here into this building as your professors or guest lecturers, as employers who are seeking job candidates, as documentarians or authors who are here to show and display their work and to talk to you and share their knowledge about how you can do the same thing at some point. Or they are here as mentors to our students. They work literally on every continent and in the most prestigious media companies in the world, some big, some small, some old, some new, and they are on every platform, and they have covered the biggest stories that have happened over the past century. You are very fortunate here today to have one of them who has been a very good friend of the school. And she has been particularly close and getting even closer. Karen Amanda Toulon is a graduate from the class of 1985, and today is the chief of Bloomberg's New York City bureau, a post that she's held for almost 7 years. So now, let me put that in a little bit of context for you. This is a global company with about 10,000 plus 13,000 employees. They have 146 bureaus across 72 nations. And the bureau that she sees is the largest overseas is the largest of them all. She'll talk to you a little bit about her job and her work and what that means. This is a company that is thoroughly multimedia in every way, utilizing print magazines and books, and don't let anyone tell you that print is dead, because it is not. Broadcast television and radio, online streaming, and combination of all these outlets and media in the bureau's coverage of the financial markets, banking, insurance, aerospace, emerging markets, technology, media, energy, state and city governments, legal affairs, real estate, health, education, and even sports and arts. Her career trajectory is one that would be admired by anybody. While at Bloomberg, Karen has served as editor-at-large for broadcast, team leader for U.S. broadcast interviews, and team leader for the U.S. affiliate TV group. She joined Bloomberg News in December 1999 after 13 years at news organizations including CBS, CNBC, and Reuters. So she comes to this company with a great deal of knowledge. Like you, she came to us at Columbia with a very distinguished academic foundation, hers from Dartmouth College. She's long given back to the school, and last year she graciously helped produce a video for our career services team in which she advises students on the best strategies for applying for jobs, preparing their packages, and preparing to interview. So we thank her for that. And she recently joined our board of directors for the Reinvigorated Journalism School Alumni Association, so we look forward to her leadership on that front as well. So let's hear now from her as she discusses why being a journalist is so important to her and what it can mean to you. Joining me, please, in welcoming and thanking her. Karen?
Hi, everyone, and thank you for that amazing introduction. I had to kind of stop and think who you were actually talking about. Good morning. When I was asked to speak, I thought, really? I mean, I'm not really quite remarkable enough. I haven't won any major awards, and I'm not on TV, and my name isn't in print all of the time, and so why would I make sense as a speaker today? And then I thought I'd make perfect sense because I think I'm a great example of just a regular journalist who's worked really hard over the years and has somehow managed to see my career progress over time. So again, thank you very much for having me. I'll also admit two things. I'm a little dyslexic, so I can't read out loud, so I have sort of thought about what I'm going to talk about, and hopefully all the thoughts will come back to me. Number two is that I'm an introvert masquerading as an extrovert. And that may resonate with some of you. I always make a point of mentioning that because I used to, when I was in grade school, middle school, high school, and even in my early first 5-10 years of working, I marveled at people who walked up to podiums and started speaking, and I thought, how can they do that? And now I'm one of those people. So I want to talk about kind of my career and how I got here. So before Channel 2, before CBS Radio Network, before CNBC, before Reuters, and before Bloomberg, I was here as a student. And it really was a magical year because during that year I really learned why I wanted to be a journalist. I thought I knew why I wanted to be a journalist when I was at Dartmouth. I was an English major, and I knew I wanted to write for a living, right? So that was what I wanted to do, which my parents were very excited about. So I'm going to write for a living, and I knew that I liked telling stories. I knew that I liked how different people experience the world around them. Part of that, I think, came from my being an immigrant. My parents are originally from the Caribbean, lived in England. I was born in London, and I remember when we immigrated in the 1960s, there was so much going on in this country. And coming from a multicultural, multiracial family, it was just an amazing time, and I remember my mother kept a clipping file of newspaper stories because I think we just really felt that it was such a great time to be an American and such a great time to be an American. And so I came here and I started thinking about, what is it that I want to do? What is it that I'm really excited about? And I'm going to use a word that I know is a buzzword, passion. And for us in the news business, it really is a really real word. I mean, I know it's a word that pops up on applications and you feel you kind of have to use it and you have to say that you're passionate about being a journalist. But for those of us who are journalists, it really is a very true thing. And it's something that I learned by being here, by being challenged, by being forced to go out and talk to utter strangers. By working with colleagues, by working with fellow students who really were in some ways light years ahead of me and so much smarter than me, and me really wanting to work and be up to their level. When I was talking at work on Friday with some of the folk who work in recruiting and in hiring and work with our interns, they all said the word passion. And I was like, clearly there's got to be another word. Right? We're journalists, we're wordsmiths, let's find another word other than passion. And it kept on coming back to the word. That is the right word, and we really do mean it. Is it the thing that you must do, that you literally cannot imagine your life not doing? And that's one of the things that I learned here, that when I left, I knew that I really wanted to be a journalist. And I didn't want to do other things with words. I really wanted to go out and be part of this proud tradition. Also nice was the fact that it was a year-long program, and that very quickly you kind of get your skills up to speed. I like to learn that way. I don't want to be told what to do. I want to be advised on how to do something and then do it, and then get some feedback to see how I might do things differently or better, and then quickly move on and build my skills from there. So that's one of the things that I learned here. The other thing that I started learning here was aptitude, which for me means your natural inclination, your natural tendency, what you're naturally sort of good at. That certainly can be influenced by external factors. And for me, it has played out in the jobs that I've taken and the trajectory of my career. And in fact, sometimes the missteps in my career, when I look back, I kind of realized I was trying to do things that were really not part of my natural skill set. I really love how stories come together. I love the elements of stories. I love how things make sense. I like ingredients, right? So I love to cook. I love fashion. I love plot lines. I'm sort of agnostic on what actually comes out of the oven. I like the craft of putting it together. And that's kind of telling when you think about the types of jobs that I've had. I love startups. And in some ways, startups are the ultimate ingredient mixer, right? You get all these people together and you have an objective and you kind of get there. I'm not as interested once the task is finished. I'm not a big sort of look at what I've made sort of person. I like the process of making. And so when I think back on my career, starting off as a associate producer at CBS, and then associate producer, and one of the two supervising producers for all of daytime television at CNBC before I went on to Reuters, to managing editor for Reuters Financial Television for the US, Canada, and LATAM, and then on to Bloomberg, where I was hired initially to revamp the affiliate television business. All of these were startups in a way, and I always would tell people I'm a startup queen. I love startups. But what I really love is that kind of blank slate and trying to figure out the right mix of people, the right mix of stuff to actually make something come out at the other end. And that's how I ended up kind of as a New York bureau chief. My job is, again, making sure that the right mix of people and the right mix of resources and the right mix of goals were all happening in the bureau, and make sure that we're all talking to the right people to actually make sure that great journalism is coming out at the other end. So that's a mixture of the passion and the aptitude. This is where the introverted nature comes in. When I was at CNBC, I was an associate producer. I remember I went home, and bear in mind I was now in my mid to late 20s, and I went home and I told my soon-to-be husband that I thought I was going to have to start speaking at work. That's how shy I was. I was actually going to work every day and not actually talking to anyone. I was just doing my job very quietly, and I realized that I was not able to do as much as I wanted to do, that my ideas clearly were not getting heard because I wasn't really speaking up for myself. And so I made the bold decision to actually start speaking in a much more vocal and forthright way at work, and much to my amazement and horror, people started actually listening to me, and when I made a suggestion, they're like, well, that's a good suggestion, you go ahead and do it. And that, again, goes back to the whole notion of passion. If you're really passionate about what you want to do, you will do the most unusual and almost for yourself really difficult things. And for me, it was overcoming shyness, frankly, and figuring out that if I want this career, I'm going to have to actually put myself out there. It means that I'm going to have to make some sacrifices. It is a very demanding job. I cannot stress that enough. A lot of late nights and long nights and emails at all hours of the morning. But at the end of the day, I can't imagine not being a journalist, and I can't imagine not having spent that time of instruction to really hone my craft and really think about what I'm going to do and work with other colleagues, with other students, and be someplace where I could afford to make mistakes and have missteps and have the guidance of professionals and professors to kind of quickly correct my course. So that, in a nutshell, is a little bit about me and kind of my career. And I'm happy to take any questions that you may have. I'm much more of a question answerer than a speaker, so any questions? While we're waiting, I'll touch briefly on social media. If you can, I think there are microphones. You can frankly just shout.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about technology. How do you see technology progress throughout your career?
I'll repeat the question. Okay, so the question was, how have I seen technology progress throughout my career? And so I am old enough, my children swear that when I was at school that there were cobblestone streets and the streets were lit by gas lamps, and it wasn't that long ago, but I remember when I was at Columbia, we still had typewriters, right? There was no internet, right? And there were no cell phones. That's fascinating. I mean, I know people laugh now. Whenever I talk to high school students, I remind them that back in the olden days, there were movies where the entire plot of the movie was that someone missed a phone call, right? I mean, we watch these movies. There's the boy calls the girl, but the girl misses the call, and then he goes off to war, and she marries his brother, and lots of mishigas, and there are tears, and then usually there's a happy ending because his brother was a twin. I go on. So, needless to say, there's been huge changes, huge changes. I think the biggest change has been, in the early days of doing business news, and I cannot stress enough how fantastic understanding the finances of companies, of economies, right? Of anything that you are interested in, understanding how that works. And this, again, comes from someone, my other personal defect, aside from shyness, is an utter fear of balancing my checkbook. Having said that, in my work life, I love how finance works. The biggest change on the surface has been, back in the olden days, if there was news on a company at 3 o'clock in the afternoon in New York, right? That meant that we had about an hour or two to make phone calls using a phone that's attached to a desk, a landline phone, and hope that someone would call back. Maybe you'd get a fax, and then it would be the weekend, and things would shut down until Monday morning in New York. And now clearly that doesn't happen. There's no such thing as a weekend. The markets never really close. We're so global. So that on the surface is one of the biggest changes. It certainly is easier, so much easier to do some things, some research, and just find information and find who's who and who's where and who's when. But the basics remain true. You still have to be smart enough to figure out who is it that you need to reach. You still need to be smart enough to figure out the questions that you need to ask. And indeed, I would say that you need to be perhaps even faster in your thinking, because if you can now get me, you can now get to me within 5 minutes. If I answer you and say, what do you want? You better respond that fast with a really thought out list of questions or notions or whatever it is you want. The dance before that you would be able to do of, I'll call you, you'll call me, maybe I'll have an answering machine, all that is kind of gone. And so the immediacy has certainly, I think, made us all need to be a lot, it's easier to do your homework, but in some ways it's harder because you just have to be faster, and you have to ask more intelligent questions because, again, there's so much information that so many people have access to. You have to be able, and that's where we come in. That's where we come in as journalists. There's a lot of information out there that we all can have and we can all look at and touch and listen to and ponder. But I need someone to help me understand, what do I really need to know? What do I really, really need to know to have a more successful, happy life? That's what I want. right? That's what I want. And I need someone to help put all of that information into context. And I think that's perhaps the biggest change, is that there's just so much more information, and therefore, and I am biased, but so much more of a need for people who can help put all that information into context. Yeah.
If you have any questions, please come to the mic for the live stream.
How different do you think your career would have been had you not come to Columbia Journalism School?
It's a really good question. How different would my career have been if I had not come to Columbia Journalism School? I think, again, going back for me, that year of that time of focus was really important for me. I had been an English major with a kind of a minor in cultural anthropology. I liked having my feet held to the fire in a very challenging but still very supporting way. It was really a great time of camaraderie with my fellow classmates. It was an amazing time of really rapid learning. I think that's it for me, the rapid learning. And being challenged in a way that I would not have normally walked up to people on the street and asked them questions. And being physically compelled to start doing what I said I wanted to do, which is being a journalist. I was physically compelled to do that. And I think that's what really made that difference. Again, that rapid learning, getting those stories back that were just marked. I mean, so, maybe I was a bad student, but just so marked up with edit marks, and you just think, ah. And the next time, it's better. And each time you learn more. It really, for me, it really condensed. I like to be very efficient, and for me, it was a great way of really condensing what I needed to do, the work that I knew I needed to do, and then I found out other things that I needed to do as well over the course of my time here. Any other questions? Yep.
Hi, my name is Leo Carter. If, as Dean Sotomayor stated, and I hope, of course, print media is not dying, what is going to keep it alive moving into the future? How will the medium change moving forward?
Well, I don't know how the medium is going to necessarily change moving forward. I think that the issue is that there still needs to be people who can actually tell and interpret events that are going on. And the traditional printed newspaper that we get from the newsstand may change over time. I think the real issue is how can you be nimble and think about, more importantly, what is your audience, and focus less on the medium. I'm kind of medium agnostic because, again, going back to what I said before, I like making things, right? So I don't care what comes out of the oven. I just like making stuff. And that's really helped my career because I've worked in print and online television and formal television. I think that if you think about what your audience may want, that will help determine how you tell that story. And that story will probably or may include an actual written story. It may include the use of data visualization. It may be online. It may be on TV. It may be a podcast. But I think that there's the issue is that there is going to be an audience for news, and that audience is, if anything, it's growing, and it's getting, the middle class is growing around the world. There are more people who want access to more information, whether it's cultural to business to finance to government. And so if you focus more on what the audience may want, that will help drive what structure and what format your storytelling takes, and in turn, who you may work with. Does that answer the question a little bit? I mean, if you want me to say that, traditional traditional print journalism is going to be around forever. I don't even know what that means. I remember when I was in journalism school, you know, the same thing, print journalism is going away and it's going to be TV, and then it was the internet, and now it's social media, and in 5 minutes it's going to be something else. And I'm getting of a certain age that I honestly, it is what it is. I focus on the user, the end user. Who are they? Where are they? How do I want to reach them? And how can I do that, right? And so the format of the news and what platform it's on is not relevant. The real question is, again, how can you think about all of that data and all of that information and help really think about how you can present it to different people in different ways? And when you start thinking about globalization and you have more people who may be reading or using news not in their native language, all that becomes really interesting. And I just see it all as just more opportunity rather than something that may be taken away. Any other questions?
Hi.
Hi.
You commented that you really enjoy building your team and starting from scratch. And I'm wondering, what type of characteristics do you look for in people when you're building your team? What makes an applicant a really stellar person to have join you?
That's another really good question. Well, the thing that we all are told and congratulated on from our infancy, which is playing nicely with others, is really true. So the first line of defense is people really do want to work with people who are really interested in seeing and using their talents. I look for people who are interested in using their talents to the best of their ability to achieve the end. I'm not saying that I'm looking for someone who's like, it's not about me, I just want to make sure that everything is great for the team. But we do want to see people who take pride in their work, who are, again, passionate, who are smart, are demonstrate throughout their early careers or whatever point they join us that they have a real interest in news and are well-read and are just interested in the world around them. You know, if you're talking about new hires, the people who are just coming in, those are the types of things that we look for. What is their body of work and you know, clear and accurate storytelling, again, regardless of whether it's print or broadcast or however it is, whatever their medium is. If it's someone who's already here and I'm trying to put together a group of people to work on something with me, speed, accuracy, integrity, honesty, those are all characteristics that are super important and are needed. I want to know that I'm working with people who are going to be not yes people, but will say, you know, this is what I think we should do. This is the next logical step. I did this, it didn't quite work, so what can we do to do things better or correct? It really isn't magic. It just is being smart, being fast, being and having a great deal of integrity and finding a way of demonstrating that through your work.
Can you comment on the age factor, especially in broadcast? And, you know, basically what I'm asking is, if I look at CNN today, most people who are actually at the forefront of TV or have their show, you know, they're nearing like 40s and 50s. And can you just comment on like basically like age of people in the industry and sort of like what is the path to getting somewhere where you get to be successful in the job?
You're talking about a broadcast
Yeah.
job specifically? I no longer work as directly in broadcast. I can't really speak for other news organizations. I mean, I think for our news organization, the most important thing is that you are an expert in your field, and that comes in all ages and sizes and years of experience or not. As someone of a certain age, I like seeing older people on TV, so that's great. But I don't think that there really is I can't really say. I guess I don't really understand your question. Can you?
Yeah, sure. In general, when you look at people who will graduate here, will be at a certain age, you know, most of the times I hear you have to go to a smaller market, you have to go to sort of maybe like a smaller, like a different international market altogether before you get to the level of maturity that you can be in sort of like more of the bigger channels, or especially like maybe in the bigger media agencies and all that. So just I wanted to know, is that really the truth or not?
Okay, I think traditionally years and years and years ago, back when I was much younger, I think that was theoretically true. You would start off in smaller markets, regardless of platform. You'd start off at smaller markets, smaller TV stations, smaller radio stations, smaller newspapers, and then work your way up, whatever that means, to a bigger market and a bigger station and more eyes. You know, going back to the question about print that you were asking, I think those days have kind of moved on, if only because of technology. You can see everything everywhere, and so I'm not really certain what a big, and I'm being somewhat, I can't even think of the word, facetious, but what is a big market, right? I mean, who's the audience? Who are you trying to reach? With the segmentation of markets, the people that you really may want to reach may not be sitting in New York watching or reading any particular media outlet. It really goes back to what is it that you're trying to do and what are you trying to achieve. Another wonderful thing with technology is that it theoretically, you need it to be in a big market to have access to great equipment and great graphics and great design. And again, all of that happens in everywhere around the world. So you don't really need to be in a big market. I don't know if that's something I would necessarily aspire to. I would aspire to be the best in my area of coverage, working with a news organization that I really, truly respect. And let's not confuse size of market with credibility of news organization, right? You don't need to be in a huge market to be the best, the most credible, the best respected, to have the most integrity. You want to work someplace where you're working with people who are smart, accurate, honest, true, and are great journalists. And those people can be anywhere. And it much, again, depends on your lifestyle and what's important to you and where you want to live and what you want to achieve.
I was just curious, I think that there's a trend in news organizations, or at least news-oriented organizations, to make the headline the most clickable thing that you would ever read. It's like 10 shocking facts about Michelle Obama. And those are clickable and people read them all the time, but they're not full of news. And so I'm wondering how traditional news organizations, even if they're completely online, keep up in a world of, you know, Upworthy's and BuzzFeed lists.
Well, I guess you would just realize that you're different from that news organization, and that the people who are looking at some news sites maybe going there for a certain type of information and a certain type of payoff in terms of was it interesting, was it fun, was it a great read, did I enjoy, was it my break time? I'll read this instead of reading a book. I'll just peruse through because it's fun and it's cheeky and it has a different way of looking at things. And then I'll use other news sites to really get news that I think is actually actionable, something that I can actually make decisions based off of, that I'm clear on their point of view. And so it isn't a matter of trying to compete, because you're competing really for no end, because there are different types of stories out there and different types of organizations that serve different news markets, basically. They're different flavors. They're not entertainment news, but they are different from hard news, where, you know, when I read a headline, I want that headline to actually tell me something that, why I want to read that story, not that I'm going to read the story because the headline is telegraphing that it's going to be something fun or just, and I think there's a great place in the world for all types of information, but you don't try to compete against different streams. It doesn't really work. Again, my opinion. Yes.
This is a question more to what you were saying about the immersion sort of experience you had when you were studying as a Columbia student. At what point did you realize that the type of writing that you wanted to do, that journalism itself was your passion? Like, when mentally did you start associating yourself with that word and decided this is what I want to do? What was the aha moment?
I'm not that in tune with myself, so I'm not certain that I had an actual aha moment, but I do think that's a really good question. And I think that first time that I went out and had to start asking total strangers for information. You know, you do it the first time, you're like, wow, I can't believe I did that. You do it the second time, you're like, wow, I can't believe I did that. And then you do it the third time, you're like, yeah, I did that. And guess what? I'm going to do it again. And the next time I do it, I know exactly how I'm going to phrase it, because I was getting yes/no answers this last time, but at least people talked to me instead of like running away. So you it's cumulative, and then you realize, again, for me, it was really just that, also feeding off of and seeing what other people were doing in my class. Again, again, I'm an ingredient sort of person, and so I liked seeing what other students were doing, what they were interested in, and having those conversations around really bad bagels. There was a really bad bagel place. Is it still here? It was like a subterranean sort of bagel place. Does that remember? Is that true? I may have imagined subterranean bagels. But it was really that kind of experience of just being around people and saying, okay, this is what they really want to do. That's not what I really want to do, but they're really sharp. They're really good writers, or they're really good editors. I'll write and I'll have this colleague of mine take a look, because God, what they can do with copy. It was those moments that just kind of, when I came out of school, I really knew what I wanted to do. I knew that I still wanted to write. I knew that I wanted to write for broadcast, because I really loved the idea of telling a story that would be listened to, not read necessarily, and the marriage of video, of elements. Ironically, after working at Channel 2, the CBS local affiliate here in New York, for those of you who are not from New York, I ended up in radio. And I still love radio. I love the precision of language. It's so intimate and so lovely. And oddly enough, my 21-year-old wants to go into radio, which I find remarkable. And she got there through cultural anthropology and modern studies. So it was that experience of really, being compelled to do things that I didn't come naturally to me, and realizing that I was good at it, and also watching my fellow students do the same.
Thank you for speaking today. I was hoping that you could go back to the trajectory of your career and talk about a few poignant experiences that you had that got you to where you are today, and how you landed on Bloomberg specifically.
Okay, that's a good question. So when I got out of J School, I had 4 freelance jobs. I did not leave New York, for the young woman who asked about small markets. I didn't leave New York because I had an ill boyfriend. There's always a boyfriend. He was really quite ill, and he was up he'd gone to Harvard, so I couldn't leave New York because I had to be local, which was kind of interesting, but I just had to. I could not leave New York. And so I started looking for work, and actually through Columbia's alumni network, I found one job, which was writing for this fashion trade magazine, which was really curious. So that was one job I had. Then I think also through Columbia, I found alumni was from Backstage Magazine, was looking for someone to write a piece about cinematographers. And so I wrote for them as well. And then I also did work for a not-for-profit theater organization, and then I worked for Channel 2. And I would routinely get on the subway, because I had 4 jobs, 2 on East Side, 2 on West Side, 2 uptown, 2 downtown. And I would invariably get on the subway and forget where I was going and forget what job I was going to. And I counted, all the while earning not a lot of money. So I did that for a while. While I was at CBS, Channel 2, CBS Radio Network was launching this business radio show called Business Update, which I think is now called Marketplace, for those of you who listen to public radio. It was being launched, and I'm not exactly certain how I was noticed, but I was offered a job there. I stayed there for about 2.5 years. It was a startup, that got going. CNBC was launching around that time, and we were doing a radio business show. CNBC was going to be doing a TV business show, so pretty much all of us from this little group had interviews at CNBC, and I was hired. Worked at CNBC again as an associate producer, full-time producer, and then because I started speaking at work, ended up as one of the 2 supervising producers for all of daytime. Enjoyed that, but started getting really bored, wanted to do something different, and got headhunted to go over to Reuters to launch the America's arm of Reuters Financial Television, which is a desktop service focused largely on sovereign debt and foreign exchange. This is pre-Euro, so there actually, foreign exchange was perhaps a little bit more front of mind. And so I launched that service, did that for a while, launched it, had to go through it, be collapsed back into London, and then realized again I wanted to do a change. I'd been there for about 8 years, 7 years. I'd been at CNBC for about 6 years or so. And you know, partially through an agent and partially through a contact from CNBC, I ended up at Reuters, brought in initially to revamp the affiliate television business. After I did that, then I helped to kind of reorganize a bit and run the interviews team. And then, again, I don't know if it was because of where I was sitting or what I was doing, I was asked to be this editor-at-large for broadcast interviews, and my job was to help bring in big interviews into the network, into the building. And then from there, our editor-in-chief one day asked me to be bureau chief, which is really unusual because bureau chief at Bloomberg is, it is for the entire bureau, but it really is very much more closely affiliated with the print operation. And if you noticed, nowhere have I said that I was actually really a print writer, except for the time that I was at Backstage Magazine. And so, again, medium agnostic, it really was about my skills and not necessarily that I was historically a print journalist. And that's kind of where I've been. To preempt any questions about where I think I may be going next, I don't know, but I do know enough about myself that I do know that I will probably want to be in another role where I'm working again with different teams, different people, trying to figure out how to maximize efficiency and effectiveness of whatever the organization I'm working for. I really enjoy that type of work.
Thank you. I'm wondering, with the speed and intensity that's needed for this career, how do you balance work and family?
Incredibly well. My husband's the happiest husband on the planet when I see him. Yeah, I always tell people that I could be married to an orangutan because I only see him for an hour a day, and I could actually be married to an orangutan for an hour a day. But he's not an orangutan, he is a human. He's really nice, and we've been married 25 years. We have 2 children, 2 girls. One is 21, she went off to college early, so she finished at 20. And then our little one, who is the little one and is 5'7", the little one, is going off to college. She's 17 and she's heading off to college in September. And we have a dog who's in the hospital right now. we don't know. She's already on Prozac, so I can't wait to seriously, she is on Prozac. I can't wait to see what other fun meds she's going to be receiving. I told my husband to tell the doctor that I now needed something. I now needed help because she has some sort of disastrous condition. It is a balance. You know, you just you do need an understanding. Most importantly, you need an understanding self. I mean, at the end of the day, you need an understanding self. You need to understand and accept that there are going to be sacrifices or you're going to have to make. And I'm not suggesting that what we're doing is God's work and it's such an amazing sacrifice. I think life is full of sacrifices. It's just called life. And so it means really, it may mean really, really early hours or late hours. It may be working on really difficult tasks with people that you may not really like all that much, but because the task is so very important, you can't just sort of phone it in. Again, it goes back to that integrity. It has to be perfect work, and so you work away at it. It may mean that you lose vacation time, or you spend part of your vacation, you know, on the phone. So that is certainly part of it. So you mostly have to understand what you're getting into for yourself. And then you need a spouse who understands that, you know, you're getting up early. My husband always did the early shift. To the extent that sometimes I would forget where the elementary school was in our town, because I so seldom went there. He would do that run. We don't have buses in our town. He can make banana curls like no one else, because that was his job in the morning, to get the girls ready for school. I would come home in the evening. You just balance it out, and again, be honest with yourself. If it's working for you, it's working. If it isn't, then it isn't. There have been a couple of years that were, you know, not great years when I just was really working really hard. When I say not great, there were tough years. I look back and they were just intellectually and physically demanding years. But I think that's life. If at any point you feel that whatever you're doing doesn't really work, really and truly doesn't work for you, then it's time to do something different. And again, that's where the passion comes in. If you really love what you're doing, you'll make those adjustments in your life to make it all work. I've had a pretty good life. Luckily, my children are not athletics. I've never had to suffer through, you know, sitting on the sidelines of some game. But, you know, aside from that, I was co-captain, co-chair, or whatever of a little brownie troop. I'm still involved in one parents committee at the high school level. I'm getting involved at another committee more broadly through our school system. I'm on soon the alumni board, and I'm on another board that professionally. We're still quite active in church. I mean, we just it all just kind of works. But I am also very efficient with my time. But I don't think it's a balance. It's more of I don't think it's a balance, because balance means that there's some sort of perfect equilibrium. It just, you know, can you put your hand over your heart and say most of the people or things that are most important to you are getting fed, or are getting what they need? And if you can say that most of the time, you know, that's what I consider to be balance.
Thank you. I just wanted to know, in your experience, what makes Columbia J School grads stand out in the marketplace for jobs?
What makes Columbia J School grads stand out in the marketplace? I think that what makes, in my experience, I work with a couple of Columbia grads in the newsroom. Two from my class, and we didn't even recognize each other, which is probably a bad sign, which means we probably all aged badly. We kind of figured it out. That we were all in class together. I think that what makes students of a certain caliber, and Columbia is certainly in that caliber, stand out, is just the wealth of experience that people have. and how they're able to describe and put that experience to work in their professional lives, short as it may be. Just really smart, compelling, interesting people to talk to, who are engaging, who know what's going on, who read a variety of news sources, from the 10 best cat videos to the most serious journalism in the world. You can't really, I can't say what it is. I'm smiling because you just know it when you see it, when you meet people who are just so excited about the profession that they've chosen, and are excited about the opportunities and prospects, and how they're going to be part of telling some of the greatest stories on the planet. I think that there's, it's almost like the lack of ego and just the real interest in the craft, I think, that comes through. And it's not, I want to be famous. That's not interesting to us. It's, I want to do great work. That's what I think the difference is.
As someone who's worked in various different areas of journalism, how important do you think the role of specialization is today, as opposed to a kind of jack of all trades?
Right. That's a really good question. I mean, I've always worked in business news, and I think that having a basic ability to write and report and produce whatever that means, whether it's produce a print story or produce a radio story or a broadcast story, a multimedia story, I think that understanding how that works and how to do that effectively is good. I think specialization certainly is wonderful, and I would really urge you all to think about, shameless plug, think about business news. I think that specialization can give you that added edge, and so if you are, if you can choose anything, but if you are an arts reporter, being able to understand how fundraising works and how donors work and how museums function as an institution, I mean, I think that's good. I think specialization can just broaden opportunities for you to find work and craft successful careers where it is less dependent on being in a big market. It's more and relies therefore more on you really being the journalist of note. You're working for the organization of note in a particular field. So I think specialization is, can be really quite helpful.
Hi, thank you. I've heard it said more than once that because it's so saturated, the industry in the New York, DC corridor, that it's helpful to be kind of removed from the area, even on the West Coast or other parts of the country. In your experience, do you think that that's true, or do you think that this is the area that you need to be for the future?
Again, I think that you go where the work is, and you go where the organization is that you want to work with or that will hire you. I mean, if you're just starting out your career, you go where you can have the best opportunity and where you're going to get to work with the smartest people, and take it from there. I mean, I think that saturation is interesting. I mean, yes, there are a lot of journalists in the tri-state area and in the Washington area. But I wouldn't say not to look anywhere or everywhere that you would find interesting. I don't think there's any sort of magic to necessarily going to a smaller market. There may be more opportunity there. There may not be. I think you're just going to have to really look and see what you can find. I know that's not really an answer, but I think it's true. And again, there's so many online platforms. There's often no there, right? You can do the work anywhere. So location is perhaps less of an issue in some ways because there are more platforms, more ways to work. Any other questions? No? Final note, social media. As you're going through your life, and as you are journalists or are planning to become journalists, just remember that your online persona, who you are online, on Twitter, on social media, is really very important, and that also reflects who you are. So that's also part of your life, and to just be mindful of that. That, you know, who you are, how you're tweeting, or whatever it is that you're doing, however you're interacting with social media, that's you, that's your name, that's you out there, presenting yourself to the world. So just be mindful of that. I think that's really important. And I can say this because 2 young journalists said this at work yesterday, which I applauded in my heart. You know, the beauty of the thank you note. We really remember that when you are going out and meeting people and doing interviews, especially these days, you do not have to get out a quill pen and the inkwell and your carrier pigeon. You can just send a quick little email, you know, dear Mr. Ms., thank you so much for taking the time to meet with me. It's really super important. It really, truly does matter. And the fact that 2 young journalists, I mean, these are women who are under 30 who have a really interesting startup, the fact that that's something that they look for is really fascinating. So just remember those things, because believe it or not, people will remember you. I will get emails from people that I met as high school students or college students, just kind of catching up, and I do not remember my husband's birthday. But I'm not kidding, I really do. I have to call my mother. But I remember some of those kids when they email. I actually remember them. I remember what they look like. And it's because they sent me that note, and then they email me sometimes years later. I'm like, I remember that. I remember them. Good for them. So the 2 little housekeeping things. And final one?
Yeah. You said you were a liberal arts major at Dartmouth, and then obviously you went to Columbia, and now you're working in finance news. Can you just talk about, and you touched on it a little, but how did you kind of make that transition? Did you have a large learning curve, and how did you kind of become an expert in an industry that you didn't really have a lot of education in?
That's a really super question. How I learned business news was on the ground. I was hired by CBS Radio Network to work again on this business update market show. I mean, I knew enough, you know, sort of living in the world about you know, the stock market. I did not understand the bond market. Perhaps being an immigrant, I understood foreign exchange because it was always the banter around the table. How many, my parents still refer to shillings. So I knew that a little bit, but I did not understand business news at all. And I think I got, because it was a launching show, and I was working with other experienced business news reporters, I had the opportunity in that first year when I was doing associate producer work, which was setting up interviews, recording interviews, conducting interviews on, you know, where the questions were provided to me, lining up guests. I had that first year to really start really understanding what I was doing. And then after 2.5 years moving on to CNBC, again, just really fast learner, and working with really smart people. I don't know how I would necessarily recreate that today. I think that was a very interesting time when I was able to join 2 news organizations that were just starting up, and I was in many ways I was a body that helped keep things going, and I was able to learn as I moved along. But what's interesting is that I actually enjoyed it, and I actually stuck with it, and I actually you can decide to learn something, right? You can actually make that decision. I'm going to learn this. I made the decision. I'm going to understand the financial markets. And once I started, I actually love technical analysis. I mean, there's certain things that I actually enjoy because I was in the environment, and then I decided to actually run with it. I think that's it. Righty, well, thank you so much. I'm going to be around. I'm going to stay for the alumni panel, which I think sounds really interesting. I love hearing what young journalists are doing because I used to be one. It makes me feel young again. But thank you so much for listening. And again, I'll be around, so don't hesitate to corral me if you have any other questions. Righty, thanks.
Thank you very, very much, Karen. And thank you also, audience, for your great questions. I think it's a great start to the morning. I just want to run over the things that we'll be doing today so that, I don't know if you've got your Saturday event schedules. We're going to hear in a moment from Melanie Huff, our Associate Dean of Student Affairs. After Melanie, Julie Hartenstein, who some of you I think met already yesterday, will be talking with you about what we offer in our Career Services office. There will then be an alumni showcase where you'll get to hear from a number of our alumni, and Karen will also be a part of that. We'll have a student showcase where they're going to be showing examples of their projects. Then there will be a Financing Your Education workshop, similar, actually the same thing that we did on Friday, but to give people who may not have been here an opportunity to see that. For those of you who are on the live stream, the session on Friday was also live streamed, and that will also be found on our website along with all of the sessions from this morning. Lunch will be on your own today so that you can get a chance to take a walk out there on Broadway, get outside a little bit, find out a little bit about the restaurants and shops and food stores here in the neighborhood, get a taste of what you would find if you were a student here. At the same time as that, we'll have an information fair in the World Room, which is just down the hall. There will be many different organizations from Columbia. You'll be able to get information from all of them. And then in the afternoon, we'll be having office hours. Julie will have office hours up in the Career Services Center. All of the admissions staff will be available to talk with you about questions. There will also be another Financing Your Education session, and we will also be having a diversity spotlight with students from all of the affinity groups here at the journalism school, and everybody is invited to all of these sessions. Right now, I'd like to go ahead and introduce Melanie Huff, our Associate Dean of Students.
Yeah, I think I can see over. I see over me. Hi, everyone. My name is Melanie Huff. I'm the short dean. So what I'm going to cover today is sort of the culture of the school, what my office is responsible for, and what the next couple of months look like before you show up here in August or September, depending on your program. How many new part-timers do I have? Okay, or in a few weeks. Okay. So in any case, let me paint a picture for you that might sound familiar from other educational situations you've been in. So you register for a class, and it meets once a week, twice a week, and you attend the class and you take some notes, and there might be an occasional quiz, and there'll be a midterm, and there'll be a couple of papers. And some days you'll wake up and it'll be a day like today and you're like, I'll let my neighbor take notes today and I'll sleep in or I'll go do something else or whatever. Sound vaguely familiar? It's not how we work here. The standard here is basically like a job. So attendance is comparable to employment, meaning that if you wake up one morning and it's like this, you go to class anyway. If you wake up one morning and feel like you are on death's door, you have to notify my office and the professor before the class begins that you cannot attend. Okay? So it's that kind of culture. It's very small, it's very intense, and you will be noticed if you are not where it's expected to be, where you're expected to be. If you're not there, it will be noticed. And it's also very collaborative. So, and a good portion of the learning is not what happens in the classroom, it's what happens when you're out in the field. So you're in constant contact with your professors. So for instance, you're sent out on a story, you get to the location, and something falls through. The source isn't there, you can't make the story work, something happens. Right then, you have to reach out to the professor per whatever instructions they've given you in advance for assistance. And the learning happens as you and the professor discuss alternatives to how you're going to handle a particular story in real time. So a lot of it is very much, you're in constant contact with these people. So it's not this sort of, I'm either in class, I'm either in office hours, and otherwise I don't lay eyes on the professor, I'm not in communication with the professor. It's a constant. And that's with all of your professors and your master's project advisor, and that's really how the school works. Likewise, Dean Sotomayor and I are not people that you're just going to lay eyes on today, at orientation, and then when we hand out diplomas, right? Which may be the case with deans that you've had, right? You saw them at the big events and that was it. We work with students constantly. We have conversations with students constantly. We encourage students to come see us constantly. And that's true of all of the departments here. It's small, it's intimate, it's collaborative, and the only way not to really excel and get a lot out of this program is to be missing. Right? Just, you really need to work with us. And a lot of people come from educational cultures where that was not the case, where you only, went to talk to somebody with dean in their title if something was wrong. I mean, badly wrong. Now, of course, we expect you to come when something's badly wrong. But the point being is that it's an open door kind of thing, and we work with you all the time. So I just want you to be aware of that as you're thinking about this. Because that's atypical for many people in terms of educational scenarios that they've been in. So, my office is responsible for registration, certifying your diplomas, dealing with points and credits and logistical kinds of things around your enrollment. We are the liaison for things like housing and health services, both of which are provided by the university, disability services, which is provided by the university, but we're the liaison. So if you are not getting what you need or are running into brick walls or whatever with services that are provided by the university, we're the people that you come to for assistance with those. The affinity groups all are run out of my office, as is the student government. And so that's sort of the things around which you will interact with my office about. So basically, the first thing that happens, you're going to love this, the first thing that happens once you give us the say-so that you will be coming is that you will start, so May 1 basically, you will start getting emails from me telling you to get your shots. Yes. Everybody who enrolls has to prove immunity to measles, mumps, and rubella. Without having done so, you are ineligible to be registered for classes, okay? You can get those from a pediatrician. You can get that from your undergraduate school if it's recent enough. You can get a blood test here at the university to prove that you're immune. So those are the means, and the university will give you the shots if you don't have any of the options, okay? But the most important thing before you arrive, and your student status is dependent on it, is getting that immunity stuff cleared. Please note, the instructions are on our website. Please note, I don't want your medical records. I can't read them, I don't understand them. My having them means nothing. So you really want to make sure that you send them to the health services folks, because they're the ones that unblock your account, your student account, so that you can be registered. Okay. So that's the first marching order that everybody has, pretty much, and for part-timers, it's a very quick turnaround. For the part-timers, you will then, once you have certified that you're MMR compliant, you will be registered for your reporting class, and then you will show up, and we will send you more information about that, but that's the reporting class is what you take in the summer. For my full-time MS and MA students, the full-time MS curriculum letter will come out in mid to late June, and registration for that program will take place online in mid-July. And you will get lots of emails about this. please note that you need to be checking your email regularly. Because there will be deadlines attached to all of these things, and it's really important that you hit them, because if you don't, I will pick your classes for you, which is probably not what you want. So in any case, so make sure you read your emails and follow the instructions. That's the most important thing. As I said, and then the MA curriculum letter will come out sometime in July. For the MA students, you will be pre-registered for all of your classes based here at the journalism school. And then once you arrive in early September, you will be responsible for seeking out your outside class. Do not worry about any of this now. You will get lots of communications well in advance about this, but make sure that you are reading those. Okay, how am I doing on time? 1 minute. Okay. Well, in that case, I will be around. I'll be at the information fair in the World Room today. So if you have any questions about anything that I've covered or any questions about anything I didn't cover, please come find me. Thank you.
Next, I'd like to introduce Julie Hartenstein from the Career Services Office. But just in case there are folks here who were not here yesterday, I want to do some quick introductions again in the room. Obviously, Julie, who is right up here in front. I'm Christine Souders, the Associate Dean for Admission and Financial Aid. You've met Melanie. In the back, Taryn Almanzar, our Director for Financial Aid and Admissions. You'll see a lot of her today. Edwin Isaac. Edwin, raise your hand, stand up. Edwin Isaac, our Assistant Director for Financial Aid and Admission. Brett Sion, who is hiding behind the cameras. Brett, if you want to just raise your hand, our Associate Director for Admission and Financial Aid. And Diane Wynn, who is hiding right here, who has organized the entire weekend. She is our Assistant Director for Admission and Financial Aid. Is there anybody who I missed? Mario, one of our fabulous work study students who is standing right here in the purple shirt. Who am I missing? David, where are you? David is also hiding. David Hooker. David, raise your hand again, please. Most of you have probably been in correspondence in one way or another with David. Make sure to stop by the admissions office this afternoon and introduce yourselves so that he knows what you look like, because I assure you he knows all of your names. Okay, Julie.
Good morning and welcome. I'd like to give you a quick overview, as quick as I can, about our Career Services Department and how we are going to help our students, you that is, prepare for life after J-School, compete in the job market, and land jobs. We don't have time for questions in this 15-minute period, so I'm going to try to move quickly. I've tried to anticipate a lot of your questions in this presentation, and as the Dean said, I'll be in my office after the presentation, just above Stabile, all afternoon to answer your questions if we didn't meet yesterday. Please feel free to come in, if there's somebody in my office. Lots of you are going to have the same questions, and we can all share the questions and information. I'm also happy to talk to you in the next couple of weeks as you, make your decisions. I'm going to use some notes so I can move pretty quickly and cover a lot of ground. You're going to compare a lot of things in making your decision about whether or not graduate school is right for you right now and whether Columbia is the right fit. But when it comes to career services departments, the bottom line is there's really no comparison. We're the best in the business. And I'm not a person who likes to brag about things, but I can say that with real authority. We provide the most hands-on service to individual students, the most resources. We have the best trained professional staff of any graduate school of journalism, and we put on the largest career expo in the country, in the world, period. So this is the J School. I'm going to work quickly with the W's, which you'll be getting used to shortly: who, what, where, when, why, and how. Our team is a team of 4.5. and we've all had careers as practicing journalists across multiple platforms. That really makes a big difference, this kind of experience, because when it comes to talking to employers, talking to students, particularly, in the workplace, we speak the language of employers. That's what building relationships is all about, and it pays off in jobs and opportunities for our grads. Very quick profiles of our team. You'll see them on our website. You can, and behind me. My background, I spent 20 years as a producer with ABC Network Television. I taught full-time broadcast journalism at the J School for 7 years, and I specialize primarily working with students in production, digital production, radio, and television. Our Associate Director, Gina Boubian, 15 years as a newspaper reporter and editor, taught for 7 years at NYU in journalism. She specializes in newspapers, digital, and alt weekly and magazines. Many of you met Elena Cabral, the director of our part-time program, who fortunately also works in our office. Miami Herald has taught, a number of classes and workshops here. My assistant director, Nusha Srivastava, J School graduate, PhD in International Affairs, spent 20 years as a business reporter, reporting across multiple platforms. Most recently came to us from the Dow Jones Wall Street Journal, where she was a colleague, I believe, of Karen's. Having been an international student, she has a particular affinity. Obviously, she works with everybody, particular affinity for international students. And our program administrator, so 3 of the people on our staff are J School grads, so they know where you're sitting. Our program administrator, Isabella Rakowski, 2013 grad. She's done a number of internships at various places in New York, variety of media outlets. So as you can see, we do bring a great deal of journalism experience. I hate to count up the years because that makes me feel really old, but we bring a lot of experience, expertise, and context to the table, which will help you launch and further your careers in journalism. What do we do? Well, we are very hands-on, as Dean Huff really has demonstrated about all of our departments. We're hands-on and we get to know our students. We're not like your undergraduate career services where they don't know your name and the only folks that come to the career expos are from, I don't know what your experience has been, but what we've seen across the country is Coca-Cola, the Peace Corps, and the military are primarily the people that you can count on. In your year with us, each of you will adopt a career services counselor based on your interests, and you'll have the opportunity to work with us on a very intensive one-on-one basis. First, for a long consult where we overhaul your resume, we work on your cover letters, we try to figure out who you are and what you bring to the table. A lot of you are kind of burying the lead when it comes to your own experience and your expertise. We'll help you to plan a career strategy, we'll point out some targets of opportunity for you, and then after that, after our big consult, we're really available 24/7 to answer your questions throughout the year. Our doors are always open to you, as you'll see. So when do we work with you? Constantly. This is not an ivory tower where we sit and look out at the landscape of journalism. We bring the outside world in. This year we've already had 50 sessions of all different types, and that's just career services. That's just our department alone. So that means journalists, recruiters, editors, and media entrepreneurs that we've held sessions with in the building. We teach a lot of hands-on skill sessions so that you can be competitive in putting your best package and your best foot forward. So we train you with our special killer resume formula. We work on cover letters. We hold sessions on building an online portfolio, how to use social media in your job search. We hold a lot of mock interview sessions. I think Karen has done one in the past, so that when you do land an interview, you can really nail that conversation. In the next few weeks, approaching graduations, we'll have a series on freelancing and how to set yourself up as a freelancer, and also sort of a hands-on session about how to start your own business for those of you who are looking at more entrepreneurial opportunities. On the career education front, we also cover a lot of terrain. We bring in a lot of employers into the building to talk about their companies, to talk about opportunities, and sometimes to hold one-on-one interviews with students. We call them Meet the Media. Just in the past, some of the companies that have come this year, let's see. Bloomberg, Washington Post, Huffington Post, New York Times, Time, Univision, and we also bring in, we have a series called View from the Trenches where alums come in. Sometimes they're recent alums, sometimes they're experienced folks, and they speak very candidly about their experience and offer their advice, and that's really a bird's eye view that is very special. We also bring you to the media in conjunction with other departments. We sponsor a lot of newsroom tours. But Career Services is definitely not just our department. There's so many guests, as you've probably realized, and sessions that happen in this building every day of every week that you couldn't possibly pass your classes and attend even a majority of them. So, in other words, the J School is one giant networking opportunity, and the Big McGill, and I'm sure you've heard about, is our Career Expo, which we held just 2 weeks ago on March 29th. It was just across the street at Lerner Hall. We were overbooked, don't tell the fire marshals, we're filled to capacity. We had 250 recruiters representing 126 companies, and they were here just to meet the class of 2014. So, in fact, I think we were handing out a list of all the companies that came. Diane, you can hit that, and you'll see the list of companies. If there are companies that you know about that didn't come, tell us, and we will get on them for next year. We're very aggressive about bringing people into the expo. This list is all journalism companies. This is not IBM, and it's not Coca-Cola. Lots of the big names in legacy media were here: Washington Post, New York Times, Wall Street Journal, all the broadcast outlets, ABC, NBC, CNN, ABC, Fox, newspapers, magazine, radio outlets, and a lot of new digital properties are sort of what we consider to be, hot companies, from BuzzFeed to Vice, and brand new outlets like Blue Chalk and Vocative. If you join us as the class of 2015, you will have an expo of this magnitude all your own. Here's just a little glimpse of the expo. It's just the first 52 seconds of a video that we have online. It's just a little tease, and you can watch the rest on the website. Gives a little taste of what the event was like 2 weeks ago. And this was a year ago. We haven't turned our video around yet for this year.
I knew it was going to be a big event, but I think once the doors open and you get past the name tags, it was a lot bigger of a production than I thought it'd be.
Tell me about you. So what are you looking for in your first job? I am.
So where do our grads land? Our grads are everywhere. Just about any journalism organization that you can think of, and these days some of our grads are launching their own companies. Our alumni network is really an awesome club, and you're investing in a lifetime membership as a member of the J School. What is this, you're asking, what does this mean to me? The class of 2015. Unfortunately, I don't have a crystal ball. I wish I could predict that. We can't create jobs, and if the economy tanks, then all bets are off. We don't have any statistics for 2014 yet. That we're going to gather in about a month, a couple weeks before graduation, when we get our best picture. And I'm very cautious. As a journalist, you need to be cautious. But so far this spring, I can say that it really feels like a championship season, and I'm not sure we could have necessarily predicted that a couple of months ago. First of all, there are terrific opportunities that all of you are going to be able to count on for the next year. We have dozens of exclusive paid internships. I think you'll be able to see them behind me, that we have created that are just for the graduating class. So Al Jazeera in Doha, ABC News in London, ABC News in Washington, Clarín in Argentina, La Stampa in Italy, BBC in Washington, Univision in Miami, Reuters. These are exclusive paid postgraduate fellowships that are just for the graduating class. In addition, the J School invests in creating reporting opportunities affiliated with the J School just for our alums as well. Dean Cole has just raised funds and launched 2 really awesome multi-year postgraduate fellowship programs. One is going to be an investigative reporting project on the environment. 4 grads are going to be working on that for the next couple of years. I mean, in year increments. There'll be 3 graduates working on teaching in America, so education reporting over the next 4 years. We have 2 graduates that will stay on as fellows at Columbia Journalism Review. We have 4 grads that will stay on with us for another year as Digital Associate Meeting Fellows, Digital Media Associate Teaching Fellows. They're grants from the Brown Center on New York City Public Policy reporting. New York, the Tao Center and the Brown Center has grants. So there's lots of really special stuff that you can do after the J School and stay affiliated if you haven't gotten enough of us yet. On the job front, lots of students have locked in summer internships, and full-time job offers are percolating as well. That's beginning to happen now. I'm going to give you a little snapshot of just some of the landings that we know so far. Just 2 weeks out of the expo, we're already seeing direct results, direct hits that we're very excited about. One student got an offer to launch her career at News 12 based on somebody that she met at the expo. Another got an offer from Politico. Another has had 2 follow-ups with 2 different departments at NBC News for jobs after graduation. Another was offered a position at a wire service in D.C., but he's juggling 2 other job offers, so we're not sure where he's going to land. Other students have been brought in for a variety of follow-up interviews at places including ABC News, The Street, Bloomberg, Policy Mic, and BuzzFeed. This week, a student just got a big chunk of their master's published as the cover story in Newsweek. That was helped along by a fellow alum who's there. Another was published in Quartz, of Atlantic Media, and we're hearing about new landings every day. On the paid internship front this year, we're definitely, we're doing really well. Again, just a quick snapshot. Associated Press, 3 multimedia internships, New York, Paris, and one of the Southern Bureau. We have 6 students going to Bloomberg this summer for summer internships. That's definitely a record. Dow Jones News Fund, we have 5 slots in copy editing that our students have landed, including at the New York Times and the New York Post, and a couple slots in business reporting. 2 students have landed summer reporting internships at the Miami Herald, 2 at Newsday, 2 at the Village Voice, another at, including the Phoenix New Times, 3 at the Wall Street Journal. One is an exclusive one for our grads, Dallas Morning News, Washington Post, and again this year, this is just a sample. That we really dominated the Overseas Press Club scholarships, which involve traveling grants and usually like a cash amount and a scholarship, a position in an overseas news organization. We had 5 students land them, and they're going to go to Congo, Burkina Faso, and either Joburg or Lagos. As many of you know, these internships are incredibly competitive. Journalism employers like known commodities. So in many cases, these paid internships and fellowships are the trial reporting jobs at a particular company. Many of them are going to convert to jobs. Many of these paid internships are the only way into these companies, even for people that have had some experience. So we're very high on these possibilities. We consider them tryouts for jobs in most cases. And if there's not a job in the company, that they will definitely help you get to where you want to go. Okay, so what are your particular prospects? Very, very briefly, there's a broad range of experience in this room and of objectives. How many of you have had 5 or more years of journalism experience? How about 2 years of journalism experience? How many of you speak 2 or more languages? How many of you want to cover business or cover business? And last question, how many of you only want to write long form, probably about film, and hope to end up at the New Yorker? Be honest, guys. I know you're in this in this audience. Okay. As you can see, there's not one. You've got different experience. You've got a lot of different interests, and there really is no one size fits all or one path in the job market. When you graduate from the the J School, the majority of you are not going to launch your careers immediately in a full-time staff job necessarily. It's going to be in a paid internship, a paid fellowship, and then certainly, a number of you will get jobs. Your salaries are going to range from minimum wage up to 60 plus. If you're in the dual degree computer science program, you can expect a significant amount more. Some of you are going to decide to stay in New York and only look in this market, which is vibrant and very crowded. The greater your range of possibility, the more opportunities that you're going to have to look at. In terms of our numbers, which I don't seem to have here, let me see if I lost a page here. Well, 75% of our students, about 2 weeks before graduation, which is really the time that we can get a snapshot, had postgraduate plans. That means that they had landed a job, an internship, paid fellowship, had significant plans in terms of freelancing, not just a kind of a pie-in-the-sky dream that they wanted to be a freelancer. And that number 5 years ago, just for your comparison, was about 60%. Our numbers have been going up every year. I can't promise that they are going to go up, but they're numbers that we feel really good about. International students, I do want to give one note of, my one kind of note of caution. You will face additional challenges. We like to be very direct about that. As you know, when you graduate, you'll all be able to qualify for an OPT visa. It's an optional practical training visa, which will give you a full year to work in the United States. That means you get to compete alongside, with everybody else for jobs in the States. Particularly if you're interested in business reporting or in data journalism, have experience and skills about writing about financial news, that's the hottest sector of the market, and that's where the most jobs are. But foreign students will face significant hurdles in the job market. Fewer than a handful of you can expect to get sponsored after your OPT year, and there are a lot of companies that, because they're not willing to sponsor, which is the majority of them, other than some of the big outlets, do not look at people on OPT. That said, we certainly have plenty of success stories, and our international students frequently are valedictorians and get some of the best jobs that are out there. So that's the brief snapshot from Career Services. It's a tremendously exciting time to be a journalist, and we will do our very, very best to help you break into the business and to succeed and navigate in this new world. And I look forward to meeting and working with you individually all next year.
Thanks very much, Julie. We're going to take a 5-minute break so people can stand up and stretch. There are restrooms just down the hall and also 2 floors below us. So let's come back by about 20 minutes of. There is still juice and coffee downstairs. Also, I've been told that there is a street
No, it's fine. I love coming back. We never let you leave.
Right.
We always use you for something.
Yeah, journals, we can't get enough money for kind of alumni gifts, so we just get it out of the square.
Okay, good morning again, everybody. We'll go ahead and get started with our next session. My name is Brett Sione. I'm the Associate Director of Admissions here for the Journalism School. And after hearing from Julie, you get a little perspective of the career services and how much the staff will work with you. Now we have some alums who can give you their perspective as both a student and what they're doing now. So people that have gone through the process, and we'll give you some time to ask them some questions too. So I'm sure they'll provide some good insight. So we'll just kind of go down the line, and I'll ask them to introduce themselves, tell you what program they were in, when they graduated, and what they're doing now.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. My name is Janelle Richards. First of all, congratulations to all of you. This is so exciting. I was in the journalism broadcast program. I graduated in 2010, and I'm now an associate producer at NBC News, at Nightly News with Brian Williams. And I actually started at NBC after Jay's school with their News Associates program. And there were 7 of us in the program, and 3 of us were from Jay's school, all in the broadcast program. So it's really, really exciting.
Hi, I'm Khadija Safdar, and I did the MA Business program, and I graduated last year, 2013, and I am now a reporter at the Wall Street Journal.
My name is Fergus Pitt. I did the MA Business program, same year as Khadija. Came over from Australia after having been out of journalism for quite a while. Now I'm doing a research fellowship at the Tau Centre for Digital Journalism, which is one of the relatively new centres that the school has around digital and data practices in journalism.
Hello, my name is Marlo Stern. I was in Janelle's class of 2010, and I was a digital media major, although I guess there are no concentrations
now,
anymore.
yeah.
And I started at the Daily Beast as an intern, paid intern, right after journalism school, and I am currently the entertainment editor of the Daily Beast. Great, thank you. We appreciate you. Appreciate taking some time today to be with us and share your experiences. We'll start with the easy question. We'll get that one out of the way first. Just share with the group, each of you, just for a few moments, if you could, the quick question: why did you choose to come here? Why take that step and make that decision to become a student and be a part of something we think is special? So the first one, we'll just start with that, and we'll just kind of again go down and let you address that, if you would.
Great. I knew I wanted to go to graduate school, and after actually sitting in your seat and listening to everyone, I knew that Columbia was just the right choice. I mean, out of the schools I had been accepted into, I think one thing to consider also is Columbia is in New York City. So the kinds of reporting and the kinds of stories that are here and the communities and the people, I mean, I don't think that you can go wrong, and it really is what you make it. So if you're taking advantage of your professors and your classmates and your neighborhoods and your stories and really making them the best, you really will have a great, great experience. And I think the special thing about Columbia is that once you get in, they want you to do well. And I felt that when I was at the open house, that now that I'm here, the people here, they want me to succeed. They want my work to be great. And when I apply to these jobs, I'm going to be one of the strong candidates there. And after graduation, that's what I found. When I was interviewing for different fellowships, people are very impressed when you tell them that you went to Columbia, and to this day, they still are. So.
Well, I was a little biased because I went here for undergrad. So I liked the idea of coming here for grad school. And at that time, I knew basically how to write a news story. I had written before, and I had made like a mini documentary, and I heard about the MA program, and I wanted to be able to do investigative reporting and write about more complex subject matter and go more in depth into certain stories. And I thought that it was a really unique program, and I kind of applied on a whim because I don't think that I had the experience or as much experience as some of the other alumni or graduates, and I somehow got in, so I was really excited. And I think I definitely made the right choice. I wouldn't be in the job I am now if I hadn't done the program.
So my situation was a little bit different. I originally started a career as a radio journalist in Australia quite a while ago, and then kind of tracked sideways more and more into digital product development, so building websites and then increasingly mobile sites and social media products. And found myself kind of running a team of 30 people for the Australian Broadcasting Corporation who all did that kind of thing. But at the same time, I was looking at what was happening in New York City around the kind of intersection of journalism and digital forms, and being very aware of how magnificent and innovative this city and this city's digital journalism culture is, and how different it was from most of the other places around the world. So I was kind of, at that point, about 10 years into a kind of media career, had a BA but hadn't done any further education, so I wanted to do essentially three things. One was move to New York City, pretty good city. The other was get into that kind of community of the intersection of digital and journalism, and the other was kind of like up my education and my qualifications. I applied for NYU, the NYU Studio 20 course, which is a really awesome course run by Jay Rosen down there, and got in here and really had to kind of make a decision between those two things. And what got me over the line was that, and I think the decision would be even easier now, but what got me over the line to come here as opposed to go down there is I got a feeling that the rigour and the pushing you would be that much better. And I kind of felt that, well, if I was interested in digital and data and all of these kinds of things, I could bring that interest, but be kind of pushed to do it in an intellectually rigorous way. As it turned out, when I got here, it was just kind of coinciding with maybe this like second or third year of operation of the Tao Centre and the first year of operation of the Brown Centre, and those are run by people who have no peer in the industry. They are magnificent. So that was my situation, and those were the kinds of factors that kind of got me coming here.
I'm from New York, so kind of over the city. No, not really, but yeah, I had kind of a weird road to Columbia myself. I guess my first job out of undergrad was at the now defunct Blender magazine, which was a music magazine, sort of like the Maxim of music magazines. And then after that, I did some movie marketing stuff, but kind of got a little bored of that. It was a lot of spreadsheet work, and wanted something more exciting. So I decided to look into journalism schools, because I'd always written, for my high school paper and college paper. I didn't have a lot of professional experience. I had written some stuff for Blender as well, and also worked on a few websites as well. But yeah, when I did my research, the consensus really was that Columbia was the place to go. And I did learn after, without being too much of a brown noser, that Columbia, it does open a lot of doors. Especially at both the Daily Beast and then when we merged with Newsweek. We can talk about that later. But there's a lot of people from Columbia there, and a lot of companies, including those and the legacy companies especially, really look for that. It really stands out on a resume. So.
How do you think your experience here prepared you for what you're doing now? Whoever wants to address that can do that. But how do you think? What would you tell the group here, given your experiences and what you're doing now? How you were prepared for what your current role is?
I'll start. So I, as I mentioned, am an associate producer at Nightly News, and there are a lot of similarities. Aside from taking Columbia News Tonight, which at the time, I'm not sure who is teaching it now, but it was taught by a previous executive producer of Nightly News, which is insane, but I didn't know that at the time, but it shows you how great that course is. It prepared me for what I'm actually doing now. And the intensity of it. Columbia, you're gonna be running, and you're gonna be gutting, and you're gonna be all over the city, but I'm all over the city now, and I'm also all over the country, and I'm in Boston, Nashville. I mean, but that energy and that excitement is what the program is, and it's what my job is now. I get in at 9 in the morning, and if something happens at 2 p.m., then I'm out the door at 3, and I'm back by 5, and we're on there at 6. I mean, that kind of energy is the same thing that you're doing for a full year here. So I think learning how to operate under that kind of pressure, but also in an environment where you're doing something that you love and you're producing a product that you're proud of.
So I did the MA Business program, and it was like I didn't have any kind of background in finance or business. I'd taken like 2 econ classes in undergrad, but really I didn't know anything. But I liked I had done some stories, like superficially business stories, like where I was sort of reporting on an event or some kind of topic that somebody was talking about. At the Columbia program, my thesis advisor and professor was James Stewart, and he was actually the page 1 editor for the Wall Street Journal, which is so crazy because I walk around and everyone knows he was like an editor there. And so the class was just so focused on the kind of stuff that I wanted to do. I wanted to be a business reporter and be able to write investigative stories. And so I took in the MA Business program, you take some electives outside the journalism schools. I took financial accounting and corporate finance. And just to be like working under deadline, and like your editor will ask you things like, what were their risk factors in the IPO filing? And you have to tell in like 15 minutes really quickly. And just like the depth of knowledge that you are able to get in like 1 year here, and to be able to work under pressure like that and to produce those kind of stories, I think that it would take me like 5 or 6 years working at random newspapers to be able to accumulate that kind of experience. So I don't think that I'd be able to jump in the way that I have now to be able to write the kind of stories that I'm writing.
So the question is what was it at Columbia that's kind of been particularly useful in the... Okay, so my situation's a little bit different because I'm not working in a media organisation per se. But one of the things that... so I had the same seminar professor as Khadija, obviously, James Stewart. And one of the things that he would do in class that just kind of blew me away every time that he did it is he'd look at a topic and look at a story and just kind of, in the way that a great sports person seems to have all the time in the world, and you're just kind of like, wow, they make it look incredibly easy. What he was able to do is kind of look at a topic and pull it apart and kind of go, okay, well, this is the kind of core question, and these are the things that you need to do to answer the questions, and this is why people will give a damn. And the way that he kind of did that was remarkable, and I find myself doing it for any kind of line of research or any line of inquiry. And it sounds kind of remarkably simple, but because he made it look simple. And I thought that I knew how to analyse an idea or a topic coming in, and I think that I've kind of been able to raise my game on that. The connections as well that I had throughout the school and throughout the industry have been incredibly valuable in doing the research and setting up projects and classes and bringing people in. But again, I'd kind of go back to the rigour and the kind of idea that the bar is a lot higher. To be perfectly frank, the work that I'd done in Australia, where you kind of send it in and you're kind of like, it's okay. And other colleagues of mine who have worked in other parts around the world say the same thing. The tutors and who are effectively your editors here just don't stand for it. They're just kind of like, it's really kind of not good enough. Go back and do it better. And that bumping up the standard has been particularly valuable.
Yeah, it's where you get your Gladwellian 10,000 hours of practice. Yeah, I guess I hadn't really challenged myself from a journalistic standpoint before Columbia. I had done, the usual high school, college paper thing and some music and movie pieces here and there, but nothing that rigorous and nothing on deadline, and nothing that really made me sort of kick my own ass and get out there. And yeah, it really does offer you a very diverse array of experiences from a reporting standpoint. I mean, in my RW1, we did it thematically, and I was given the religion beat, So it entailed going out, just going out to all different boroughs. I had never really done a lot of on-the-ground reporting before, so that was really great practice. And then I was a digital media concentrator, but I wrote a thesis as opposed to produce a multimedia project. So also writing a 6,000-word piece, I had never written anything of that length before that was reported. So that was great. And yeah, like you said, the editors there, I'm still not crazy about being edited heavily sometimes, but a lot of the editors here do a really good job of both sharpening you and preparing you to be not only a writer, but an editor in the future, because they're pretty tough on you with those edits.
It wasn't all that long ago, you're all recent graduates, that you would have been sitting in this audience. Is there anything that you wish somebody would have told you, or anything that you would like to share with the group, words of wisdom as they prepare on a similar journey that you've taken?
I would say take learning how to edit and shoot seriously. From my perspective of working at NBC, it's so important. If you're just coming into a company now, you have to know how to do it. And you'll know, you're here, so when you start the program, you can't do anything but learn, but get good at it and be comfortable with it, and don't worry about the program that you're learning on. Like when I was at Columbia, we learned on Final Cut. At NBC, we edit on Avid, and I picked it up in less than a week, and I was just rolling because they're so similar. And the other thing is, love your master's project. It's a lot of work and a lot of time that you're spending on it, so make sure you really like the topic. When I interviewed for the News Associates program, that was one of the things that the person that interviewed me asked me about, was my project. It stood out that much to him, like the lives of street vendors in New York City, and we talked about it a lot. So your master's project can really set you apart as you move forward, and you can use that as sort of your takeaway from this program if you throw everything you have into it. And also the stories that you write, even if they're not your favorite, go back to them, I'd say, and make them better, because you'll want to have that in your resume as you move forward.
Yeah, I agree with everything she said. And to go along the lines of picking the topic, so we had to write, similar to master's project, a 10,000-word thesis. And I would say that this is something that I wasn't doing in the beginning when I was picking topics, and I would run them by Professor Stewart, and he would tell me, no, these are not good topics. And I think essentially, like, when you come to the program, one of the benefits of the school being pass-fail is that you can take risks here. You can do something that you probably couldn't do at a news organization. You have to think of feasibility and whether you can find sources or whether this is even imaginable. But you should, if you're coming here, just do, like, I would say aim as big as you can for your thesis, and don't think as much about, oh, will I be able to reach this person? Or because I feel like where there's a will, there's a way. You can find, if you're really persistent and you push, and you really don't have anything to lose. What's the sense, like, you turn in a project that you thought you could do, it's a school project anyway, or you go for something like huge and you take a risk and you go through that learning experience. So I would say definitely take as many risks as you can.
To put some meat on the bones of what Khadija was just saying, she's too humble to mention it, but she did this really great thesis on the Facebook IPO and got it published in The Atlantic, like while we were still graduating, I think. Was that how it came out?
It was like 2 days before graduation.
2 days before graduation, yeah. And so kind of to reiterate that, on your thesis topic, pick something big that really matters. My thesis advisor kind of kept on telling me, raise the stakes on this story. Why should people give a damn, and make it a really big topic that either affects a person or a small group of people in a really, really profound way, or is a kind of like big wide world effect, and find a way to tell that story. Because most, especially in the kind of first few years after you come out, you're rarely going to have the opportunity to really kind of get your feet, well and truly into a big story. So it's a magnificent opportunity. A lot of people don't have the chance to do it. So last night I went out for a few beers with some people who went through the course at the same time as me, and they had, knowing that this question would be asked, some of the things that they kind of came back with was, you're going to be in this thing for a year. Like it's not a very long amount of time. Use it really well. Focus on it. Tell your other friends that you're probably not going to see that much of them because you're not. It's a very, very intense year. Embrace the fact that at various points through the year you are going to be kind of stressed and miserable as well as engaged, but you'll come out a lot stronger and a lot fitter and a lot better. Another friend said, focus on what you want to achieve, like have a very, very clear idea about where you want to kind of be 10 months after you walk in and make choices accordingly. That said, also be flexible if other opportunities come up. And my other friend Dan, who was there last night, said, look, be humble. When you're kind of on the way out, you might have had a few years of experience and you're like, well, I don't really want to go back and do a lowly intern position. But one friend of ours did that and is now has a fantastic job at the Journal in Singapore. Other people have kind of done these quite on paper lowly jobs and come up very, very rapidly and had had opportunities to do great things coming off the back of it.
This is sort of semi-related, but yeah, I mean, I think that my first semester, because I was from New York, my first semester in journalism school, I wasn't maybe the most social as far as just hanging out with other journalism school classmates and stuff, and I regret that. In my second semester, I changed and just spent more time hanging out with everybody, and it was great because when I went to undergrad in Colby, which is up in Maine, isn't the most diverse place in the world. So it was really nice to meet people from all over the world, and you can couch surf in every country now. But but that aside, I think, and also, I mean, a lot of your peers will end up, they're all going to be in, for the most part, the same industry as you. So a lot of people from my class, my RW1, let alone my class, have all these great jobs in the journalism industry, and they're always there if they hear something, whether it's a job or whatever, they'll be able to help you out. And yeah, I agree with the be humble thing. I guess I didn't know where I was gonna end up out of journalism school, and then I took I think in like late July, after graduation in 2010, I got a paid internship with the Daily Beast, and then, which basically entailed me working like 6 days a week, including Sunday mornings from 5 a.m. to 2 p.m. That's not normal though, don't worry. But then after that, after like 4 or 5 months of really getting my ass kicked, I got hired, and it paid off. So I think just hard work pays off, and be ready to put that work in, and you can move up pretty fast in the industry.
Great, thank you. I'll actually open it up to the floor. So if anybody has any questions for any of our panelists, feel free to step up to the mic, and I'm sure they'd be more than happy to answer anything that you want to know they haven't covered about their experience, about their current positions. So if anybody has any questions, please feel free to step right up. Somebody's going to have one, I can guarantee it. So somebody has to go first. So there we go, okay.
I'll do it again. I feel like what I'm getting a lot from people's experience here is that they are getting an understanding of the standard of journalism. And I guess I'm curious about the potential for story structures to evolve throughout time. And I'm wondering how much you feel the school was able to adapt to, not necessarily new media, but new ways of telling stories, new story structures, and like almost to the edge of experimentalism, but I guess how much did you feel you had encouragement to be aware of the current context of how story is adapting?
Yeah, I mean, I was a digital media concentrator in 2010, so I think the digital media program at that time was still sort of in its nascent stages. But at the same time, it really afforded me a very varied amount of experience when I was at the journalism school, because I got to do, anything from shooting 15-minute documentaries to working on Flash and multimedia stuff. And nowadays, they do ask for, I mean, with us, in addition to, editing a lot of the stuff, a lot of times have to build the stories as well. So it really helps as far as just the overall packaging of a story goes, from multimedia to the written word. So I thought it was great. And I do think, we were talking about, I think you talked about the master's thesis, and there's been a lot of talk about that, and it's interesting. I mean, one of the great things about journalism school is that you're rarely going to be afforded the luxury of working on a story for that long. I mean, I think the longest I've ever worked on a story with Newsweek was maybe 4 days or 5 days or something. So, so it really does prepare you in a great way for everything.
Yeah. My understanding of the kind of crux of your question is the idea that information is being disseminated in huge numbers of different ways. Is a tweet a story? Is the kind of stuff that ProPublica does in terms of kind of news apps, is that, where does that kind of fit in the practice as well? Is that?
I guess I was saying, almost irregardless of new media and new developments in media, but in terms of like story structure, and let's say if you have a 1,000-word piece you have to write, there's the standard way to write it, and then there are other ways that show a bit more of an evolved, contemporary way of adapting to that. How much do you feel that the contemporary model factored into your education in Columbia?
So I think that's going to depend a lot on the individual taking your writing class, or whichever kind of class you're in. And I would say that it is uneven in that sense. And look, the MA program is a lot more focused on understanding the topic that you're writing about, rather than the form of writing or the kind of practice, although there is a reasonable amount of practice in there. We didn't get into kind of like experimental story structures in terms of writing. There was, and there is, a fair bit of interest and examination in what I would call extremely progressive forms outside writing. So, data visualization, using kind of data in acquiring information and whatnot. It feels like that's not really kind of getting at the crux of your question, though.
I think we spend a lot of time. My biggest issue when I sit down to write anything is just starting off, and then once I nail the lead, I'm pretty good to go. And so I think in my RWB we spend a lot of time fooling around with story structure and fooling around with the different ways to start and stop, and I think that was a great help. I think because there is really no correct answer, but it's all about experimentation and trial and error, I guess.
I sort of experimented a bit myself with my thesis, because I was familiar, like there's a traditional way to write a news story, like a lead and then nut graph, and you do learn that, and I think that's important because if you want to get a job somewhere, like they expect you to know how to do that. But for our thesis, so I wrote mine in like narrative, like literary journalism, the way that you would, like there were scenes set up, and it wasn't as if like it wasn't a news story. It didn't read like that, read more like you would a book. And that's sort of like, my thesis advisor, James Stewart, he sort of writes New Yorker pieces like that. And so I sort of used his like style as a model, because it was easy, he was right there to sort of consult with. And he has a book where it's like follow the story, and he sort of lays out how to do it. And so I feel like the way to sort of experiment with story structure and stuff like that is that if you like find some kind of writer that you aspire to and you can like model, I think it's a good way to experiment is to kind of model your story after that person. And you'd be surprised, a lot of like prominent people in journalism, they're like connected to the journalism school. So you can just reach out to them directly and they can sort of walk through, like I had, like James Stewart, he walked through kind of how to set up a scene, and we talked through like what should, like I didn't write my story in the sense like the Facebook IPO happened like whatever, the way you would a news story. It's like there's a woman sitting in her living room and she's about to invest in a company. So it's totally different. And I haven't done anything like that since, and I don't know when I will be able to do it. But I definitely think that the school, especially your master's or thesis project, it offers you the chance to really experiment with story structure.
I just kind of probably maybe want to define terms a little bit. I mean, it depends how experimental we're talking about. Like if you're talking about kind of fluxist forms of, new writing, then that's probably not going to happen. But certainly being progressive and trying different things is, of course, something that happens.
Like Bjork or something. No,
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. Yeah, I mean, I think I got a lot of crap from my RW1 instructor when I started at journalism school because I wrote very flowery. I mean, I wrote a lot, not flowery, but I wrote a lot of scene-setting leads, like probably too many, because I'm a movie nerd, and sometimes I think too cinematically when it comes to story. So yeah, I think he did a really great job of just letting me know both when that was appropriate and how to tone it down and keep it in check, and also how to vary my approach a lot of the time as well.
And before we have to move on, we do have one other question over here.
Yeah, so my question is more about your goals in the industry. So I know that sometimes when you come into a new industry or when you find what you really love to do, you have certain goals that you would ultimately like to achieve in your career, and sometimes they're idealistic, and sometimes you have to rein them back and make them more realistic. So I'm wondering, after your experience at the journalism school and in the workplace, how have your goals changed in the industry, and what are your goals now?
Anybody like to take that one?
Kanye West of journalism. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. I guess I'm just not. I wish I was more of a maybe I should be more of a forward thinker as far as the future goes. But I mean, I think coming out of journalism school, I didn't even know where to begin really, because I was still kind of new to the industry in the traditional sense. I mean, I'd worked at Blender and I'd run a couple of websites as sort of a hobby on the side, but that wasn't really a part of any sort of structured enterprise. So I'm not sure. I think as far as goals are concerned, my biggest issue in this industry is that I have a hard time even, I know I enjoy doing it, and I know I enjoy what it entails, and I wouldn't want to be doing anything else, but a lot of times when people ask me what publication I most want to be working for, I have a hard time sometimes answering that question. But at the same time, I know that I enjoy doing it, and wouldn't want to be in some boring office space type job. So
I think that I became less realistic after I graduated. I became much more like, oh my God, I can do anything. Because when I first started, I just liked writing. And it was like, oh, I want to do a job that I like doing. And then I came here, and there was there's people like my teachers who had achieved such amazing things and written these masterpieces that people still refer back to and remember, and really meaningful things. And then it just occurred to me that I could do the same thing. And as I progress more, I feel like me personally, I'd like to write hard-hitting investigative journalism, be able to write stories that move people, the way that he was talking, experiment with structure, improve as a writer. And I think I was thinking in terms of the next year when I was entering journalism school, oh, I wonder if I can improve. Now I'm thinking so much more broad, I have career goals, and it's just much bigger.
Yeah, when I started at Columbia, I always knew I wanted to be on the ground. I wanted to be a field producer. I wanted to be interviewing people. I wanted to be coordinating things, like that was what I wanted to do. And I'll never forget, I got a phone call one morning from my friend, and there was a blizzard outside. I mean, feet of snow. Columbia was closed, the journalism school, of course, wasn't. And she said, you know, Janelle, don't leave your apartment. Oh, she said, when you leave your apartment, don't come to campus. So I'm thinking, okay, great, like, see you tomorrow. She's like, instead, go downtown. Mayor Bloomberg is having a conference. We're shooting that. And I'm like, what? And, you know, we got to class. I have never been so cold since that day. We stayed outside for hours. We were at Bloomberg's press conference. Then we were in Central Park interviewing people, like, why are you out here? What are you thinking? You know, like getting our sound bites, and we rushed back to campus, and Rhoda Lipton at the time, our professor, said, when everybody else runs away from something, you run towards it. And that's something that has always stuck with me. And fast forward years later to Hurricane Sandy, working at Nightly News, and I'm out in the field in New Jersey, out in the field in Long Island, out in the field talking to people who have just lost everything. And, you know, it's amazing to look back and think that I wanted to be in the field, and then I'm doing stuff like that now. So for me, it's sort of, it's been the same idea, but to watch how it's evolved is just, it's really amazing. And you think you set new goals every 6 months or every year, and then things happen and you get sent places that you would have never thought you've ended up.
So if you take anything away from anything that they said, one, we never close, and two, if you're from a warm weather climate, bring a coat, because you will be sent out.
Bring a coat, gloves, hat, scarf, everything.
So if you would help me in thanking our panelists for taking their time today. And we'll transition. We have some students coming up now to show some of their current projects and stuff they've been working on.
Okay, are my students here? Aaliyah and Mona, yes, come on up. Yeah. Diana is setting the stage for us. And actually, what we can do while Diana is doing that, maybe you guys could each take a moment to introduce yourselves, talk a little bit about what you were doing before you came to journalism school, and then you can begin talking about your projects. But this next group is here to talk with you about projects that they're working on here at the journalism school, so you can get a very specific idea of the kinds of things that you might be able to do here as a student. Aaliyah, you want to start?
Yes. Okay. Hi, guys. My name's Aaliyah Hill. I actually came straight to the journalism school after graduating from Rutgers University in May 2013. So I really had no experience kind of in journalism. I interned at Ebony magazine online. So that's basically what I did before I came here. I'm really interested in the African American community, so a lot of the stories that I've done throughout this year have been about the African American community, so a lot of my stories were about that. So it was easy for me to pick a topic for my master's project. So should we start talking about it or go to the next person?
Why don't you each just introduce yourselves, and then we'll come back to you, Leah, and
Okay.
you can start.
Hi, my name's Mona Lalvani, and I'm from New Delhi originally. Before coming to Columbia, I was working for an arts and culture magazine back in India. I worked for about 6.5 years before coming here. And apart from writing a lot about music, design, and art, I lately, for the past 4 months, I've developed this interest in technology and how it's shaping society, so I'm starting to make a shift towards that now.
Hi everyone, I'm Alex Glorioso. Before coming to Columbia, I was working as a data analyst and freelancing. So and for a year before that, I was an assistant editor at like a startup paper in New York. Yeah, so that's my summary.
Did you want to stand up here to do this, or?
Okay, if you guys look at the slides. I don't know, I can stay here and talk about it.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so for my project, it was pretty easy for me to come up with a topic. I know I wanted to do something that affected the African American community, so at first I was thinking, okay, I want to do something about black dolls and how there's a new wave of like black dolls that are coming out that black women are creating that make dolls look more like African Americans. So instead of like the basic Mattel Barbie, they were coming up with dolls with natural hair, fuller lips, stuff like that. So I was like, oh, that would be so cool, it'd be creative and colorful. And so I was like, let's do that. And then after doing some reporting, I started hearing so many stories about how these, I call them black doll activists, were like experiencing some young black girls not wanting their dolls and kind of, you know, rejecting them. And then I found out that they also rejected black dolls when they were growing up. So after like a month of reporting, I ended up switching my whole topic. Well, not the topic, but kind of like, you know, coming up with a new direction. So I moved with the story. And it ended up being about how even though there are so many of these dolls that are not the dipped in chocolate white dolls, you know, some young girls aren't, you know, wanting them or moving towards them. So then I spoke to psychologists, I spoke to 15 young girls, I had dolls and I asked them which doll they liked, why. It was kind of like a psychology thing, but not really. It was just like having a conversation about it. The toughest part of the project for me was not being so involved like with my personal opinion, because I'm already very passionate about the topic. So I tried to make sure I didn't have my opinion in the piece. And I had my grandmother read it because she's like the most honest person I know. And she was like, oh wow, I'm so surprised your opinion's not in it. And that's when I knew. I was like, okay, I did my job and I just reported and got the stories from other people. So yeah, that's kind of, and the next slide shows you the dolls that I did use, because a lot of them really liked American Girl dolls. So I just had these 3 dolls. I had their hair in ponytails, and I took off any clothes so people wouldn't be like, oh, I like this one because of this outfit, just to really get why. And the most interesting quote was kind of like, I had it at the end, and it was a young girl. She was a black girl, and she was like, oh, talking about the white doll, she was like, she just looks happier than the rest of them, and they all had the same smile. So it was kind of, instead of me putting my opinion, I just wrote the facts and what I saw and said, well, they all had the same smile. So then the reader can see what that, you know, kind of get an idea for themselves what's going on. So it was really interesting, and I was really passionate about it, and I think that's what made me actually like really enjoy my time doing the master's project. It wasn't like a stressful thing for me. It was like really something that I enjoyed, and I was excited to do it all the time. So I can come up there.
Okay, so last summer in August, just before I started school here, in At Electric Zoo, it's a really big festival in New York. A couple of young adults just dropped dead at the festival, and the deaths were drug-related. And the same weekend, a young girl from UVA died as well. That's what sort of sparked my interest in this story. So the topic was widely covered. Every single big media outlet picked the story up, and they just ran with it. But unfortunately, all they did was establish the existence of Molly, which it just sort of created a lot of misconceptions about the culture. Victims were blatantly blamed in most of these pieces, and that's another reason I wanted to go in and sort of clear the misconceptions and find out what was really going on. So in terms of the reporting, I sort of set out to compare the drug culture, the drug use in America with the contrast in Europe, and I also sort of compared the dance music culture in both places. So I'm in the MA Arts and Culture program, so I received a grant, and that's essentially when my reporting started, and I was able to report from Amsterdam, Denver, New York, and Miami. I was able to basically go in and compare two really important harm reduction organizations, and that's something I learned about at Columbia. One is in Amsterdam called Unity, and one's in Denver called Dance Safe. So I always knew I wanted the story to be people-centric. I wanted to tell it from a different perspective, so I chose to speak to a lot of users, spoke to volunteers from the scene. I did not want to sort of sensationalize it at all because that was already being done. So I also went in and spoke to the parent of the UVA girl who died, and that happened only 2 weeks ago, so I had to wait a long time for that to happen. So the outcome of my thesis is basically that Molly is dangerous, but it's not dangerous because of MDMA. It's actually dangerous because of the unchecked adulterants. And what I realized after a lot of my research and reporting with both the harm reduction organizations is that Europe is far, far ahead in terms of harm reduction practices. Netherlands basically looks at drug use from a public health perspective and not a criminal justice perspective, which is what happens in America, which is basically what stigmatizes the users a lot. And as a result of that, in the Netherlands, users make a really informed drug choice, and it's mostly recreational use. But even if it's addiction, they treat it as a medical issue. So now the challenges in reporting this was, like I said, the topic was widely covered. So I was really skeptical going in thinking, what am I going to bring to this story? Because everything's been said. But coverage also stigmatized the users, but nobody bothered to speak to these users. Nobody bothered to bring their perspective to light, and that's why I went in looking for that. And also something I learned at Columbia is to follow your story and not your hypothesis, and that's something that really, really helped me. Because I've reported a lot from the scene, I also had some preconceived notions about it, but I made a conscious effort, and I always kept my hypothesis and my biases in check. And another thing that I really enjoyed about my thesis was sort of developing a brand new area of expertise. Because you spend so much time developing the story, you're going to walk away from it knowing so much more about an area which you cannot possibly learn anywhere else. So that's what my story is. Thank you.
Hi. So I guess I'll give you a little bit of a background. I come from kind of like a data background, and in general, I'm in sort of like an urban planning geek. And so that's pretty fine to be an urban planning geek in New York, because urban planning kind of lays out like a lot of the social and political and cultural elements of the city. So I moved here like 4 years ago. And basically, ever since I came to New York, I wanted to understand how development works. In like the last decade, the Bloomberg administration rezoned and replanned like 40% of the city. There were like 128 projects all over New York, and these processes are very sort of contentious in different areas of the city. And I just wanted to kind of uncover one of them that I thought was really strange. There's this area in the northern tip of Greenpoint, which is like a really sleepy little town. It looks more like Pittsburgh, where I'm originally from, than anywhere in New York. And it was rezoned in 2005, and was, the area is now planned to have like 40-story towers for blocks and blocks and blocks along the waterfront. And to give you context, you know, there's only 3- and 4-story towers in the surrounding area. And that changes a lot about a neighborhood. So people get displaced. You know, when you have so many people coming in all at once, they're of a certain kind. The demographic is kind of set, and you know, creates all these infrastructure problems in the area. And that has like these long-standing effects. It seems kind of like a boring topic, but it really changes so much about a city and an environment when you do something like that. So I came into my master's project kind of knowing that I wanted to do this story, but I didn't exactly know how to make it a story. I went around and around with my advisor on it. And for like at least a month, I thought that I just didn't have a story at all. I thought I was just writing about this like really general topic. So essentially, I'll show you a map of it. So this is like the rezoning map of the area, but this is what it was supposed to look like. It could still look like this. So that's Manhattan, and then that's Greenpoint. And as you can see, these towers would be totally out of context. So what happened? My advisor, Susan McGregor, and I kind of sat down, and I told her about how I wanted to do this from like a high level, and you know, you always have to like find a way into a story. So I started reporting around how the rezoning actually occurred, and that was kind of difficult because the rezoning actually occurred in 2005. So I had to track down like a lot of old community members and former politicians and developers and really get this sort of like small town politics story of what happened. And it ended up being super interesting because the whole area was like, has these like long-standing roots in activism, and it's kind of comparable to like Greenwich Village in the 1960s. And these community members really tried to like their best to get the best redevelopment plan for them, and they ended up being pretty bitter at the end. And they all kind of squat on this like one piece of land now that they've named the Boat Club, and they're not really paying rent there, and that's like where they all hang out now. So I kind of used this Boat Club as like an initial scene and like a way into who these people were and kind of their spirit and their character. And then it ended up being like a lot more analytical, like how the development process actually occurs. And I think it ended up having a pretty good news hook because now that we have a new mayor, the area, all of New York might be redeveloped again. So this happens all the time in New York. It's like a new mayor comes in and they just like redo things. So de Blasio really cares about affordable housing, and so he's, you know, said publicly that he's going to look at all of New York with like fresh eyes, meaning that he might rezone areas again. And you know, so this neighborhood has a chance to do it again. So that's sort of like, I guess, what makes it relevant right now. But I didn't know what the news hook was going to be. I guess that was like the biggest thing I learned. Depending on who I talked to about this story, they either thought it was a terrible idea or they thought it was a really good idea. And I think that, you know, with your master's project, you should just go in knowing that you're going to find the story eventually. And I think, you know, I've had some interest in buying the piece, and I think that it'll do well. And you know, I think it's ultimately a really good story. So just, you know, chip away at whatever project you decide to take on, and it'll be totally fine. That's it.
Thank you all. I think we've got about 5 more minutes with our student panel, and I know they'd be happy to take questions. I will also say, if you're going to be here for a couple of days, get on the subway and go out to Greenpoint, and you'll see why that slide that she showed you is such an affront. Questions? Go ahead to the microphones. If you've got questions, we'll be glad to take them.
Hi, Mona. You mentioned getting grants for your master's project, and I just wanted to know if you could speak on that experience, what sites you went to, and kind of how you found those paying grants.
Oh, the grant's actually by Columbia, so there's a whole process in place, and I'm sure you'll be told about that eventually. Yeah.
Sure.
My question is kind of about the final presentation of your projects, because I guess all of your slides are very informational and interesting, but how are you all doing written pieces, or are you using multimedia? or video or, I don't know, photography to kind of have the final package of your story, or are they all just longer form written pieces?
So mine is technically written. It's like 7,000 words, but for my data journalism class, I'm actually doing like a lot of modeling for the stories. So that'll be, I think, like a nice graphic representation as well. But they don't really have like a hybrid data long form. I kind of just I did that on top of it. So yeah, for mine, it's long form. So it's just going to be written.
Yeah, mine's long form too. The presentation's not my final thesis. Mine's about 10,000 words.
Yeah, mine is long print as well. But there's power in words, and words are very beautiful. So I think that even if it's just long form without, like, you know, a video or something, that's the power of learning journalism.
Yeah, but I will say that I think that we're kind of unusual up here. I mean, a lot of our classmates did like multimedia stories. So radio and video, and there's tons and tons of video happening right now. And so some of the presentations are absolutely beautiful. And you know, there's lots and lots of classes that you can take that will sort of help you package your stories and make them into these lovely, lovely things that you can sell. I think that we're just sort of not representing that right now.
Cool. And I just have one more quick question, which is, did you find it difficult to, in the 10 months, I guess it's different for you doing the MA, but for the other two, in the 10 months working on your projects while also doing your coursework in your other classes?
I mean, it's totally doable. Like, you're gonna end up doing a lot of it over Christmas break. There's this, I don't know if you guys like found the J-School Tumblr from 2013 yet, but I don't even know how those people had time to make that thing. But there's this one GIF where it's like, oh, I thought I was gonna go home for break, and no, all I'm doing is reporting. So you end up doing that a lot, and your teachers are pretty cool. I know that right before, I'm in an investigative class right now, and right before we had to turn in our master's projects, my teacher just was really easy on us for that week, and barely anybody turned in a memo or did really anything, and he's usually like a total hard ass, so it was pretty awesome. That I think even after we turned in our projects, we like went and got drunk and like slept through class or something. But yeah, so he was really cool about it. So it's not like people at Columbia aren't trying to kill you, you know. So it is a lot of work, but you're kind of in this like safe bubble where you know you're not going to fail and you're definitely going to do it, and it's fine.
Yeah, it was incredibly hard, to be honest. I did not have classes where I couldn't hand in work, but I would say that the best advice I got from my advisor was to just find a story that I wouldn't give up on when things get rough, and that's exactly what I did. And I think that's what got me through all of it. But yeah, it's hard. It's hard to get both done, but it's fun.
It was really hard. It was just like, for me, I already knew I wasn't going to do anything for Christmas break, and I wasn't going to do anything for spring break either. So it's kind of like going in knowing like this is just going to be time to work. Like I didn't even think about doing anything else. So yeah.
Thanks.
Hi, my question's for Alex. I'm also a data geek from Pittsburgh, actually.
Oh.
And I'm interested in urban planning as well. I worked at an urban planning nonprofit years ago, and I know how arcane and difficult that entire world can be and how poor they can be at actually collecting and making data available. I was curious about the challenges of reporting in that and what you found the J-School can do in helping with it.
Yeah, so it is kind of challenging. When I first came to New York, I read like a few books that are just kind of like staples in the area for New York planning. I read The Life and Death of Great American Cities by Jane Jacobs. I actually read The Power Broker. I know that's on your assigned reading. No one actually reads it, but I read it, and it's been such a useful resource. I cite that book endlessly. And also, New York signed an open data law in 2012. So all of New York's current data is accessible, whether it's really easy to use or not is kind of like a different thing. But if you go to NYC Bytes, like BYTES, and look for Pluto data, PLUTO, you can get all of the information on every building in New York, and you can get it, and you can get it back until like, I mean, I only went back to 2005 for my project, but I think you can go back until the 90s or something at least. But old data is pretty tough. Like I was working on another story about this building in Greenpoint in my reporting class, and because we did long form pieces in that class too, and I had to actually go down to like this city hall building and use microfilms and get all of the written data that was about that one particular site and all of the old maps. And New York librarians are these really intelligent people, and this woman just walked me through the entire process, and it was really fun. I felt like such a detective, which is what I wanted to be when I was a little kid, so that was a high point in my life. But I couldn't imagine doing that for so many buildings. Like I couldn't imagine doing that for a really comprehensive story. I had to just focus on one specific place to get a total comprehensive history of that place. But there are tons of resources, and I'll give you my email, like if you want to send me questions or whatever, you know, totally willing to pass on the knowledge. Yeah.
My question is more so about what doesn't get picked. Like, what type of stories are you kind of steered away from when you're selecting a topic for your master's project?
Helen Benedict said in one of her classes, she's a literary journalist, don't write about transgender or homelessness. I'm so tired of that subject. And then one of my friends did the most like awesome transgender piece, and Helen helped her through the whole thing. So I don't think any story doesn't get picked. I think that there are some classic New York stories that are really hard to do if you don't do your homework and you don't do a ton of research because you don't know how to further the conversation about that subject matter. But, you know, another teacher said everything that Stephen Fried said in our magazine writing class, everything that you ever want to write has already been written, and everything that I ever want to write has already been written. So you just need to find like an angle in. So you can call it your news hook or whatever, but you need to find like one tiny piece that hasn't been covered, and then you can just go to town.
I think that's also where your equation with your advisor is going to be really important, because I don't know if there's stories that don't get picked, but they do help you find a way to tell your story for sure, no matter what it is. At least that's the experience I've had with my classes. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's really important to have an angle that's different, because for my story, people have covered, you know, young black girls rejecting black dolls before, but I haven't seen any stories that really focus on the voices of those young girls. So it's kind of having a different perspective, coming up with something a little bit more interesting. Just having that angle is important. But all stories will, like, you can do, like, there's no story that they're gonna be like, oh no, you can't do that.
Unless it's out of New York.
Oh yeah.
If you're in the MS program, I think that they will flat out say, don't do stories outside of New York if you're in the MS program, because we don't have money to travel. So it would be really hard to report. You'd have to have some really creative way to report it if it's outside of New York.
Thank you.
I was just wondering if you could speak specifically to the process of getting an advisor. If you know from the beginning what area that you want to cover, can you have your advisor selected by coverage area, or is it all about the type of reporting you want to do in terms of long form or digital or broadcast?
I just kind of got my advisor. I don't know. Is there
So,
Melanie, you want to speak into the microphone?
Advisors are assigned by the school.
But that said, like Dean Huff asked us our areas of interest, and in the beginning of the year we gave her such a hard time because we were like, why can't we pick our advisors? And then she ended up, I mean, she put me with someone like in the data side of Columbia. So, and my advisor, everyone throws a fit in one way or another about who their advisors are because they think that they know like exactly the kind of help that they're going to need on their story. And I know maybe one person that ended up not being happy with their advisor because they've been doing this forever. Like you submit what your interests are, what you want to study, what your career goals are, and then they just assign you, and it makes sense. I mean, I think it's a pretty reasonable process.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you all very, very much. We are going to move on now to the financial aid workshop. All of you are welcome to stay. At the same time, we also will be having the Student Information Fair just down the hall in the World Room. You're also welcome to grab some lunch. Again, there is a street fair outside. Go out, take in a New York street fair, have fun. Come back to join us by 2 o'clock when we'll start with career services office hours, admissions office hours, another financial aid workshop, and the diversity spotlight. And there are also tours of the school between 12:30 and 2 o'clock. And of course, if people have questions, we will be downstairs in the admissions office to take individual questions. Dean Huff will be here. Julie Hartenstein is here, Dean Sotomayor. So all of us are very happy to take your questions.
What do you think? What?
She's got a list. Okay. So if I don't get this
Hello, everyone. Hi. I know you're still fielding questions. You can take the questions out in the hall if you don't mind, so that we can start with the educational financing part of the program. Thank you. Well, as Christine mentioned, I'm Taryn Almanzar, and I'm the Director for Financial Aid and Admissions. And this is my colleague, Edwin Isaac, which I'm pretty sure most of you have interacted with during one time or another. Well, now that you've been admitted and you're here, congrats, you're here at the J School. We're on to the fun stuff, and I'm being sarcastic, of course. The financing piece of it. How much does it cost? What are the financing options? What offices are involved in this? When the bills are due, what are the penalties? What is the timeline that I'm looking at? And then, of course, we will have time for questions, and we will offer also a brief summary. I should also mention that as we're going through the presentation and you have questions, please write them down, because we will have certain segments of this workshop or this time frame where you'll be able to ask those questions. So what is educational financing, and what exactly does that entail? The first thing to know is that we'd have to adhere to federal regulations. So everything that we share with you, from tuition and fees, from the financing options, down to the counseling that we offer you, it's an adherence to that, to what the Federal Department of Education tells us that we have to do. And they basically tell us three different things that we have to make clear to every single one of our students. That's the tuition and fees that the programs will cost, basically. What the estimated monthly living expenses will be for each of our students based on average for the city and for where their school is located. The bill due dates, meaning when you have to make payments to the university, and what are the penalties if you miss that payment deadline. And we also have to make you aware of what are your financing options. So let's start with the first basic. I'm so sorry, it's been a long day already, so if I'm stumbling over my word, please just bear with me. With the cost of attendance, tuition and fees, which basically what we call the non-negotiable. This is what you have to pay in order to get your diploma, your degree from Columbia University. Added to that are your living expenses. And this is pretty much dependent on how you're going to be living while you're in New York City, meaning what is your rent, your utilities, your food, your transportation, all of those things that the university will not bill you for, but for which you have to make provisions. And that's the cost of attendance. And you're going to see that word thrown a lot, the cost of attendance, and basically that's what it means. So we have estimated tuition and fees per program. And right now they're estimated because the Board of Trustees here at the universities have not given the final stamp of approval, but these estimates are pretty much on the money. But we will send out a notification for those of you who decide to enroll with us probably in the end of June, beginning of July. That's when they'll put out the actual figures. So if you're in the MA full-time program, your tuition and fees is approximately, for the program, $56,403. Let me take a step back. Fees include technology fee, which means that you do not have to purchase camera or recording or anything else like that. You will be able to borrow that from the J School. It'll include health service fee, medical insurance fee, as well as facilities fees. If you're in the MS full-time program, it's approximately $61,000. If you're in the MS part-time, it's approximately $37,000 per academic year, and that's based on 3 semesters. If you're in the documentary program, you're going to stay here an extra semester, and that's approximately $10,947. If you're here for the dual degree with engineering, that's $61,000 per academic year. So again, those are your tuition and fees. Those are the fees that are non-negotiable. You have to pay that whether you're in-state, out-of-state, international, domestic, student, that's what it'll cost you. Then you have your living expenses. And we offer you some estimates because we know that most of you are not from New York City. And New York is one of the most expensive cities in the world. So as we're putting out these figures, they may seem a little bit shocking, and you're like, no, I can probably live with less than that. Probably, but it'll take some real maneuvering on your part to do that. So what does that look like? Rent, on average, is about $1,100. Your utilities, which include light, electricity, phone, internet, will be about $300. Food, about $500 a month. Your travel expenses, train, bus, and everything else is about $160. And then we estimate that you're going to need about $447 for your own personal expenses. Moving on, we will be dealing with 3 different offices. I should start off and say that all of this information is on our website, and I'll give you the link to where you can find this breakdown. While you're here, you're going to be dealing with 3 different offices. Your main point of reference will be our office, the Office of Admissions and Financial Aid, and we're located in the lobby area, so as soon as you come into the J School, you cannot miss us. We might not have all of the answers, but we can definitely point you to where you need to go. The other 2 offices are the Student Service Center, which will basically send you your student bill. They will also, if you need proof that you're registered with the university, if you have any questions on your charges, they're the office that you will go to. And then there's the Office of Cashiering, in case you want to make an in-person payment towards your tuition and fees. So let's talk a little bit about your bill and what it'll include and what it'll look like. Charges on your bill, as I mentioned before, will include your tuition, your fees, and if you have university housing, depending on the type of housing that you receive, the charges may appear on your bill. How are the bills sent? They're sent via email. That means that you will never get anything via snail mail. Everything is sent to your Columbia email address, so make sure that you pay close attention to that, or if you have Gmail or some other type of email, that you link your Columbia email to that, because again, that's the formal notification that the university will use, including the J School. All of the correspondence will be sent that way. You will also be able to see this via Student Services Online, which is a student portal, and if you decide to enroll here at the J School, we will tell you all about Student Services Online, where you can find your bill, your classes, request transcripts, all of those great things that you may need while you're here. What are your payment options? You can pay online or paper check, do a wire transfer, or go in person and make the payments. You cannot use credit cards. We get that question all the time. Can I use my credit card? Can I use my debit card? And the answer to that is no. The university does not accept that. When are the bills due? Pay very close attention to this. The bills are due once every semester that you're enrolled here. So if you are part of the part-time class, your bill for the summer is due Thursday, June 12th. For those of you who are in the full-time program, and this is also for the part-time, the fall bill will be due September 12th, and the spring bill is due January 30. So hang on to those dates, because right now I'm going to tell you the consequences of not paying for your bill on time. Unlike other schools, Columbia will not stop you from going to classes. They will not drop your registrations, but they will add late charges to your account. You will not be able to register for the following semester. And if it's your final semester and you're here, you will not be able to get any transcripts. You will not be able to get your diploma, which basically means that you will not have any proof that you've graduated from the J School. And finally, you will be sent to collections. And once you're sent to collections, there is even more fees added to what you already owe to the university, and they're not as willing to be accommodating and finding a viable payment plan for you. So we're going to move on to the financing options, where we'll discuss scholarships, the student loans, and the payment plan. But does anybody have general questions regarding the bills and how does it work and the options that we've just discussed? If you can go to the mic, if you don't mind. Yes, because we're live streaming the session, so that way.
Hello.
Hi.
So I heard you mention a little bit about like the cost of living
Yes.
expense, and
I actually got, we all got our email saying like, this is what the university gives you, this is your scholarship if you received one, and then this is your shortfall.
Right.
And the cost of living was, at least in my email, was included in the,
Yes.
like the shortfall.
Yes.
But if like you mentioned, a lot of students say like, oh, there's no way I'm gonna need 27,000. Is there a way to like not have that be included in, you know what I'm
Yes.
saying, like in that shortfall
Yes,
section?
we're actually going to follow up with another email where
Okay.
we'll tell you, this is your tuition and fees, and this is your shortfall for tuition and fees.
Okay.
So saying this, again, saying this is what you will owe the university. The reason why we sent out that first email is to make students very conscious of the fact that you have to factor in your living expenses. How are you going to live while you're here? And some of you already have plans and said, you know what, I don't need to worry about that. I'm going to be living with parents, or I'm not going to need, as you said, the 28,000, it's going to be less. So then obviously you will adjust it that way. But again, we will be sending out another email, which will just include the tuition and fees. Edwin, anything you want to add to that, or?
I'll include your tuition and fees. I'll send an email which will include your tuition and fees and your financial aid that you're receiving, and what the difference will be. And then from there, you need to decide how you're going to pay for that difference.
Oh, and it's just a quick follow-up, so then we can, so based off that second email, that's when I can start saying, like, for loans, I only need the 20 whatever I'm short or whatever.
And you can
for
let me
tuition?
know whenever you'd like.
Okay.
But I'm going to show you, Bill, I'm going to send you an email with a spreadsheet that's going to show you exactly what your fees will be from Columbia University, what the exact charges will be from the university, and what exactly you're receiving in financial aid, and what you're going to owe the university on those due dates.
Oh, I see.
Okay, so the living expenses, that's essentially on your own to figure, well, not to necessarily figure out, but that's not something you have to pay the university, like rent, food, all that stuff that you have to take care of yourself. But as far as what Columbia is going to charge you, I'm going to let you know exactly what you're going to owe.
Okay, thank you.
Part of the reason why we're doing that, just to, because I know it's like, why are you throwing these big numbers at us, and why are you doing this? So it's because, as you've been hearing throughout, the program is very rigorous, and what you want to do is that when you walk in through those doors, you want to have this figured out, from your tuition, your fees, your rent, where that's not even in your radar, and you're able to fully focus on your studies. There's nothing more stressful for a student, particularly for a student that's coming into the J school, where you're having all of this balls in the air and you're trying to use New York City as your lab, and then also to be worried about your finances. So it's our goal, again, for each and every single one of you that walk in through those doors, you have this set. And for the next 10 months, you're here to do what you came here to do.
Thank you. Hi.
Hi.
Is there a preferred method of payment for international students? Wire transfers, international checks?
No, there isn't really a preferred method of payment, but I can tell you what most of our international students use, and that is the wire transfer. They find that to be easier to do, but the university does not say there is a preferred method, but.
Yeah, there's not a preferred method. Most students I see are doing wire transfers. Taryn's going to speak a little bit about a payment plan option. If you choose to do a payment plan option, you have to set up an account, a U.S. bank account. So that'll allow you to pay monthly rather than all lump sum.
Thank you.
And we'll go over what that means in a little bit. So store that.
Thanks.
Hi. You mentioned university housing. I'm wondering if in your cost of living, the estimate is based on university housing, or is it based on general estimate of what a rent would be?
General housing of what it will be in New York City,
New
not
York
just
City.
university.
Okay.
Yes. Good question. Thank you.
And I was just wondering, in your breakdown of tuition and fees, do you include like insurance and stuff like that? And what if you already have your insurance? Are you obliged to get new insurance for your university?
Good question. Yes. In the tuition and fees, I did include medical insurance. And if you have comparable medical insurance, and what that means, health services will be able to tell you, and they'll be at the fair, so you can ask them. You can waive that. You can waive that fee, and it's about $2,600, Edwin, out of that?
Yes.
It's about $2,600 that you will be able to waive from your cost of attendance. What you will not be able to waive, though, is your health service fee. And basically, the university charges you that in case you need to use their medical facilities while you're on campus. So if you fall or if you have allergies or something, you'll be able to come here to the health services that are offered.
Okay, so the medical insurance, everyone's going to be charged medical insurance, and then you have to go through the process of waiving it if you have, if you already have it. Now, medical insurance is going to be charged in the fall for about a little over $1,000, and it's going to be charged again for you in the spring for about $1,600. It's more in the spring because it's going to cover you for both the spring semester and the summer.
Hi, I was just wondering if you guys have kind of like general statistics on how many students are receiving maybe like merit scholarships and how many students are receiving financial aid and about how much people are receiving, just because the cost of attendance is so high.
Yes, that's part of the financing option, so you're ahead of the curve.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, you're
Hi, I was wondering what is the difference between insurance and health services?
Yes. Medical insurance, just think of it as a regular insurance that you're getting, where it allows you to select a primary doctor, get regular checkups, all of those things that a regular health insurance will do for you. Health service fee, it's for on-campus health-related services that you may need. It includes, like I mentioned, let's say you fall and you're here. You can go to there. If you have a cold and you need immediate assistance, you go there. If you need counseling services for whatever may happen, you are able to go and get those services here. So that's the main difference. Okay, so if there are any other questions, we'll go now into the financing options, which we will discuss, as I mentioned, the scholarship, the student loans, and the payment plan. Let's go ahead.
I'm sorry, I want to add one more thing, because I just met with a family, a son and his father, concerned about living in New York City. If you guys aren't too shy, maybe after our presentation, you can talk with each other about renting an apartment together. Living in New York is extremely expensive, as Terrence said, and finding somebody to share an apartment with really is financially going to be better for your pockets. A lot of apartments around Columbia University, I mean, even just for a studio apartment can be over $1,200, whereas maybe you can find share an apartment, a two-bedroom apartment for maybe $1,500, $1,600, and you're paying $800 a month instead. So, I mean, just throwing that out there. I mean, this is just the reality of the situation, and if you want to talk later about it, we can do that. I mean, I'm actively looking for an apartment too, and it's not the best. It's expensive out here. So, try to build relationships, and maybe you guys can find an apartment where you can share together, and really you can spend a lot less if you're sharing an apartment with multiple people.
That's an excellent point, Edwin. We always stress to the students, live like a student, sacrifice, and as he said, get roommates. Don't eat outside as much. Bring your lunch. Don't get coffee. Coffee here can cost you anywhere from $5, $6, $8, depending on what it is that I know. And if you start adding it up on a daily basis, it starts accumulating. So as you're approaching this, I think Edwin just hit it right on the nose. Think frugally. And honestly, you're not going to be spending that much time in your apartment. So you're going to be either here or covering your beat. Having said that, make sure that you're comfortable at the same time where you're living, that it's not too far from the J school, that it's easy to get to, and that it's not a worry, for lack of a better term.
Quick question, are y'all going to address university housing in this presentation?
No, they're going to I believe they're going to be in the fair.
Okay.
But if not, you should have received with your admissions letter the contact information for our housing liaison, who knows like all of the ins and outs of housing.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, you're welcome.
I know that the program for this is very intensive, and we're going to be spending a lot of time here at the journalism school.
Mhm.
So I wanted to know more about the student meal plan and how much is it, and if a lot of students do that even though they're not living on campus.
The answer to that is no. A lot of our students do not register for the meal plan. Edwin, that's mainly your experience, right?
No, I mean, I look at a lot of the student accounts. I I haven't seen somebody with a meal plan once, actually.
And I think part of the reason for that is that they're cooking themselves, and it's cheaper that way. A lot cheaper than what it is. But if you want information on the meal plan, definitely get in contact with us, and we'll get that information for you.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so let's move on to the financing options. I'll start off by saying that full-time students cannot work during the academic year. Students that are able to work while attending full-time are not the norm. And I think you've heard from current students that have been doing that and saying it's stressful. So don't count on that to be able to pay for your cost of attendance. So let's talk a little bit about the payment plan, because that's relevant to everyone who wants to use this. I'll start off by saying that you cannot use it for the summer semester, but you can use it for the fall and the spring. You can either do it for 10 months or 5 months, and I'll tell you a little bit what that means. There is a flat fee, $45 if you're doing it for the full 10 months, and $25 if you're doing it for 1 semester, and you have to sign up before July 1st. So what does that mean? What is this payment plan? If you think back to what I've just said on those due dates that you have to pay the bills by, they're due once every semester. What the payment plan allows you to do is to stretch out whatever amount you owe or whatever amount you're able to pay out of your own pocket and spread it out either into 10 months if you're going to sign up for the fall and spring, or 5 months if you're going to sign up for 1 semester. Most of our students will do a recipe of scholarship, student loans, and the payment plan. So for example, let's say you're able to pay out of your own pocket. You say, you know what, I've saved, or I know that I'm going to be working during the summer, whatever the case may be, and I have $5,000, and I know that I'll be able to put that towards my tuition and fees. Instead of paying $2,500 in September and then $2,500 in January, you start paying $500 every month. Then the question becomes, well, why would I want to do that? Like, if I have the money, let me just pay for it. Students often opt in for the payment plan, either because they want to have that security, so to speak, that they are going to have their savings and it's there and it's available, or if they know they're going to be getting a monthly stipend from somewhere. And when I say from somewhere, either family, friends, or some sort of other arrangement, and it's just easier that way. Again, we'll have an opportunity for you guys to ask questions, but this is really a viable option, and more I'm seeing our students taking advantage of that. So let's talk about scholarships. Under scholarships, we're going to have 2 categories, those that are offered by the J School and those that are offered by private organizations. What I'm going to do right now is demystify how the J School scholarships work, the awarding process, where do we get our funding from, how it's determined. First of all, graduate school does not get any grants from the federal government. So if you came from an undergraduate school that offered Pell or the SCOG or even TAP, which is the state grant, in graduate school, that's not available. The federal government says, basically, and Edwin will go into more details later on in the presentation, we'll offer you $20,500 guaranteed, meaning we don't care what your credit history looks like, we don't care if you're working or not, $20,500, and again, Edwin will go into more details, as long as you're a U.S. citizen or permanent resident, and you're not in default of a student loan, amongst other eligibility criteria. So that's the first difference. The second difference of a graduate school, and particularly the J School, is that we don't have a pot of funding that comes from the university, meaning where they say, President Bollinger or so on and so forth says, here's this pot of money, as they do for Columbia College or the engineering school, which are the undergraduate school, and you award this fund so that you're able to meet the student's financial need. We don't have that. So where do we get our funding from, and how are we able to make those scholarship awards? They're based on donations that are made to the school. And basically, if you attend the J School and you graduate, our development office will also be reaching out and saying, help us, help us out with whatever you can, we need scholarship funding. And even as we speak, they're actively seeking donors to give us funding because it is needed. So that's the reality of it. What that means is that we're very much dependent on how well the economy is doing, because that will drive what the donors are able to give us. If they have given us endowment funds, then we're very much dependent how the market is doing in order to get our the return on the investments that we have made. So that's number one. Number two, most of our donations come in with restrictions, with whatever it is that the donor is seeking in wanting to give those funds. Some donors are very specific in what it is that they want to, the recipient to look like, or the characteristics for them to have. So they'll say, for example, we only have one full ride scholarship, and it's only offered and when I say a full ride, meaning full cost of attendance, tuition and fees, and our donors select the recipients. And some years they'll say, here's two, and it's in the MA track and in the business track, the business area. Sometimes they'll say, here are two people that we would like to offer funding. Sometimes they'll say, here's one. And there are times where they'll say, not this year. So that's the reality of what we're dealing with. So amongst all of those restrictions, and we have over 185 different scholarships, just to put it in perspective. They all have their own restrictions, their own eligibility criteria. They fall under three main categories. Those that the donor says it has to be based on academic merit. And what does academic merit mean? It means that as the admissions committee is reviewing your admissions application, they're looking at your transcripts, letter of recommendations, your essays, your writing test if you took that, your clips if you are an MA student, have they been published? So all of that is taken into consideration to determine what does academic merit means. The other category falls into the very specific eligibility criteria that they're looking for. If you filled out the scholarship aid application, you will notice towards the end of the applications, there were a couple of scholarships and fellowships that you had to provide an essay for. So those are scholarships that are very specific, and the donors wants to look for very specific things. And then the third category is based on financial need. And the reality of it is that most of you have financial need. And the best example that I can give is that even if somebody has, let's just say, $40,000 that they're able to put towards their education, if you're in the MS program, that means that you need to come up with another 40 or 50 to come here. So financial need is pretty much prevalent throughout our population. Having said that, if you're in the full-time program, we do not take into account your income from work, because you know, as I stated before, while you're here, you will not be able to work. So those are the three main categories that the scholarships eligibility requirements fall under. And if you want to have further information as to where you fell, and if we were offered you funding or if we did not, and how did it work, come in, stop by the office, and I'll be more than happy to tell you how it was determined and where did your funding come from and how it was allocated. So having said that, what are the average awards for this academic program, for this academic year per program? And remember how I told you how the funding comes in from donations that are made to the school? Each program has its own pot of funding and pool that we draw from, so you're going to see that the average awards are different. If you're in the MA program, the average scholarship was about $24,000. If you're in the MS part-time, it's about $2,700. If you're in the MS full-time, it's about $11,000. And if you're in the MS dual degree with engineering, it's about $26,000. So that's J-School scholarships. Outside scholarships. These are scholarships, as I mentioned before, that are offered by private organizations, and they have their own eligibility requirements, they have their own application process, they have their own deadline. And do yourself the favor of researching these outside scholarships. There's tons of funding out there from organizations that want to offer students scholarships, who wants to help students not have to borrow as much. We start you off with the listing on our site. It's nowhere near comprehensive. There's tons of fundings that are out there. Yes, you are a journalist, and that's why you're here, but there are other things that make you who you are. So the best way to approach it is to think of yourself as a pie that's made up of different pieces. Think of your country of citizenship, your area of interest. Maybe you're interested in human rights. Maybe you're interested in the arts, business, your demographic. What makes you who you are? What's your financial status? Maybe you're first generation. Maybe you are, you were working in finance and you're now switching over to this non-lucrative career. So do the research. Again, like I said, the J-School starts you off with a listing of it. Search the internet and start knocking on doors and just saying, reach out for not-for-profit organizations. Do you offer any scholarships? If you're interested in a particular region of the world, reach out to their embassies. Are you offering any scholarships, any fellowships, and find out about it. You're going to find people that are going to tell you that it's a waste of your time. I'm here to tell you that it's not. Our students relentlessly apply for outside scholarship throughout the year. Like I mentioned, there's different deadlines and different application requirements. So do yourself the favor of researching it. 3 main ways that you can tell if it is a scam. If they're asking for personal information, such as your social security number, that's not a legitimate organization. Just keep it moving. If they're asking for a fee for you to apply for the outside scholarship, they will never ask you for any fee. Sometimes they'll say, oh, if you pay $5, $10, it's not a legitimate one. Don't apply for it. And lastly, if they're asking for any financial documents, oh, give us, access to your bank statements or your credit card statements or whatever the case may be, it's not a legitimate one. So keep in mind outside scholarships, research them now while you have the time. Like I said, there's going to be deadlines throughout the academic year. Find out what is the requirement, get it together now. So that way when the deadline rolls around, you submit the application materials and you're in the running. Just on a sidebar, I've seen checks as small as $200 come across my desk and as big as $40,000 come across my desk from outside scholarship funding. So do the research, funding is out there. Exactly. Sometimes as Edwin mentioned, sometimes they are fully covered, so covering your tuition and fees and your cost of attendance. I'm going to turn it over now to Edwin to discuss a little bit about the student loans. And like I said, we will have an opportunity to answer your questions, so as you are thinking of them, write them down so that we're able to address them.
Okay, hello again. I'm Edwin Isaac, Assistant Director of Financial Aid and Admissions. I'm going to go through this kind of quickly, so just in case you guys want to go to the tour that starts at 12:30. We'll talk about your federal aid options. There's 3 general requirements you need to meet in order to receive your federal loans. You have to be a U.S. citizen or permanent resident, enrolled for at least 6 credits, and you cannot be in default of a student loan. For some males, you need to be registered for the selected service. Now, for the different types of loans, there's what's called an unsubsidized loan, which I should have awarded to all of you who have completed a FAFSA. Now, an unsubsidized loan currently is about at 5.4% and has an origination fee of about 1.07%. Now, I don't know if you remember, but I think it was in August where President Obama passed some legislation that would reduce the interest rate. It was about to double, be about 8% or so. So last August, he passed a legislation where all the interest rates were reduced. Now, the new legislation has the interest rates tied to the federal T-bill, the rate that's finalized in May. So we don't know what the exact interest rate will be for this loan until probably early June. Now, for a part-time student, we award $20,500 twice in the first academic year. In the first year, for the first semester, we give $10,250 and $10,250 for the summer and for the fall. For the spring, we give a full $20,500. Okay, so you're receiving about $41,000 for the first academic year. Now that following summer, you won't be eligible for any unsubsidized loan for your second summer. So for that spring term, you're gonna have excess aid, which you're gonna have to manage. Now, what this is called for part-time students is borrower-based award year. I can explain more of that during the office hours, but essentially, for that spring and summer, you need to be able to manage that unsubsidized loan, that excess aid that you're going to receive. And then for your final fall and spring, you'll get another $20,500 split up evenly between the fall and the spring. For the full-time students, you're gonna get that $20,500 divided evenly between the fall and the spring. Now your next option federally is what's called a Graduate Plus loan. It's at a higher interest rate. Currently it's at 6.4% with an origination fee of 4.288%. And again, with the origination fee, so let's just say if we go back to the unsubsidized loan, which is $20,500, divided evenly, it's $10,250, but with the origination fee, it's gonna come out to about $10,140 per semester, okay? Now with the Graduate Plus loan, excuse me, you can take that out up to your cost of attendance minus any other aid that you receive. So for example, if your cost of attendance is $80,000, which includes your tuition and fees and your living expenses, let's just say that's $80,000, and let's say you receive a $20,000 loan, an unsubsidized loan, you can take a Graduate Plus loan for $60,000 if you are approved, if you pass a credit check. The unsubsidized loan is guaranteed. The Graduate Plus loan, you'll have to pass a credit check. If you are denied a Graduate Plus loan, you can call the federal government and they'll tell you why you were denied that loan. They'll tell you exactly why, like if you're late for a payment at Macy's or something. You call the federal government, they'll tell you why, you take care of that problem, I'll do another credit check, and then you can be approved. If not, you can also apply with a cosigner. All right. In order to receive the federal loan, as if you guys should know this, if you took out loans as an undergrad, you have to, once again, do a master promissory note and do entrance counseling. And you need to complete a loan application as well. Just contact me, I'll give you the application, I'll do the credit check, and I'll let you know what the decision is. If you don't want to take out a Graduate Plus loan, the other option is a private loan. This option is available to all students, whether you're a citizen or if you're international. Now, we have a list of suggested lenders. The thing to know about private loans, again, you have a credit check, but also the main difference is that most private loans have a variable interest rate. With both federal loans, they're fixed rate loans. Most students I see take out the federal loans, but again, if you would decide to take out a private loan, that decision is yours. We have a list of suggested lenders. They can present a low interest rate up front, but you don't know what will happen later. So just take that into account when you make your decision. We're just gonna take a look at an example of what you need to be concerned with financing. All right, so we have a student here who has a cost of attendance of about $90,000. That's their tuition and fees and their living expenses. They have scholarship aid of about $30,000. So if you subtract the two, you have about $60,000 you have to think about financing. So we sent you an email Monday or Tuesday last week about how to take care of that. Either you have a Graduate Plus loan, a payment plan, or a private loan. So that's what you kind of have to be thinking about right now. You can contact me, contact Taryn, we can discuss what's better for you. Okay? I'll bring Taryn back on to finalize it.
All right, so let's discuss a little bit about the timeline of what you should be thinking about before May 1st, before you let us know, yes, I'm attending or not. And that is to have a set plan. Know how you're going to finance your education while you're here. Plan with the money that you have in hand. What that means, yes, you will be applying for outside scholarships. You might be receiving funding from family and friends, but make sure that when you say yes, you have a set plan as how you're going to pay for your education while you're here. Review your credit history. Make sure that there's nothing off from it. This is the time to fix anything that might be wrong, or to find out if there's anything off with it. you have a couple of months to fix it, so by the time that you need to apply for any of those loans, that will not be a roadblock that you'll have. If what you find in your credit history, it's not going to be fixed in a couple of months, obtain a cosigner. Start knocking on doors and say, yes, will you be my cosigner? The loan will be under my name, it's my responsibility, but I need you to co-sign it for me. And research the outside scholarships. Again, I cannot emphasize that enough. I think the best way to approach this is how one of our current students have approached the whole financing piece of her education, and that is to say, as she said, one of my goals was to graduate as debt-free as I could from the J School. And again, she's been relentless in applying for outside scholarships. She started out with a pretty high loan amount, and it has been reduced by almost 2/3 of what she started with. Even now, we're waiting for another check to come in from another outside scholarship, and she's almost graduating. So it can be done, you just have to do the legwork. Approach it as though you're doing your first journalistic piece, and you're looking for sources and you're looking for leads. And if you're going to sign up for the payment plan, you have to do that by July 1st in order to accommodate either the 5 months or if you're going to sign up for the 10 months, as we've discussed. And one of the things to do is also to apply for the student loans at least 90 days before the semester starts. Again, remember how when I started, I said your goal is, if you accept the offer of admissions, is that when you walk in through those doors as a student, the educational financing piece of this, it's not a worry. You've already taken care of that. It's not in your radar. You come in here to fully immerse yourself in the program. So in order to, again, just to further reiterate what those 90 days look like. If you're in the MS part-time, that means that you have to do it as soon as you send in those deposits and reach out to us so that we can start certifying your loans. If you're in the MS full-time, that's May 5th. That's the recommended date for you to start doing your loan processing. If you're in the dual degree with engineering, that will be May 1st. And if you're in the MA full-time, that will be June 2nd. And now we're going to open it up for questions. If you can go to the mics as you did before.
In my research on outside scholarships, I came across a lot of them whose deadlines have expired already. I'm wondering, is it very frequent for this retroactive funding, like the student you were talking about? Is it common for that to happen? And then also, is there a timeline where that cuts off? Like, say 2 years after I leave Columbia, will I still be able to seek out those scholarships to retroactively pay for my education? Or what is your experience in general? I know it varies, but.
Right. Well, to answer your first question, there are scholarships that become available and the deadlines throughout the academic year. I know that we have received a couple of outside scholarship information that have deadlines that are coming up, meaning in May and June. There's also some that have deadlines in November and December. So it runs the gamut. Now, as far as it being retroactive and covering like your past cost of attendance and any loans, I haven't seen that as much. But maybe what you are referring to is the loan forgiveness programs that are out there, where if you go into a certain sector, usually it's not-for-profit, there is some loan forgiveness that are offered. If you go to studentloans.gov, they'll have information about the different loan forgiveness programs, what are the eligibility requirements, what are the amounts of the loans that they'll forgive, and what is that you will need to do for that. So good question.
You've spoken a lot about how the government and private loans will cover tuition costs, but how are you seeing students covering their cost of living if they do not have that in savings?
I'm sorry if we didn't make that clear. When we say the cost...
Sure.
Oh.
The question is in regards to covering cost of living as opposed to tuition through federal or private loans.
okay, let me put this in layman's term. You are able to apply for student loans to cover your living expenses. So it's not, in the Graduate Plus loan or in the private loans, you are able to do that. And basically the way that it will work, and Edwin, jump in if you, sure. Oh, okay. Basically the way that it will work is that the funding will come to Columbia, right? And it'll cover first your tuition and fees, and any excess funding will be given to you in what it's called a refund. And that refund is to cover your living expenses. To go back to the example that Edwin went over, let's just go over this one more time. So you have your estimated, if you're in the MS full-time program, you have this estimated cost of attendance. And remember, your cost of attendance includes tuition and fees and your living expenses. Living expenses, remember, Columbia will not bill you for. This is out-of-pocket expenses that you will have while you're here. And then you have, and again, your estimated tuition and fees, $60,000, about $28,000 for living expenses. If you have financial aid, which can include the J-School scholarship, for example, the average 11, and the unsubsidized for $20,005. So you have this gap, and you all should have received this email from us telling you have this gap between your tuition, fees, and living expenses. You have $57,000. To cover that $57,000, you can borrow the Graduate Plus loan if you're a U.S. citizen or permanent resident. You can borrow the private loan if you're a U.S. citizen, permanent resident, or an international student with a U.S. or permanent resident cosigner. You have the payment plan that can help you cover your tuition and fees. And then, of course, you have the outside scholarships that you can apply for. Does that clarify?
Yeah, I apologize if I went through that example too quickly, but in that example, that's a full-time MS student. From Columbia University, as far as the bill, that's roughly about $30,000 that you're going to owe. In this specific example, about $30,000 you're going to owe, and then you see the living expenses at about $28,000. You can borrow for the full $30,000 and $28,000.
Right.
I have updated my FAFSA since I first filed it, since I received my financial aid award. Is that something that I need to talk to you about, or?
You probably should stop by the office just to make sure and see what you have updated and to make sure that we received it.
Okay.
Okay, so make sure to stop by our
Okay,
office.
thanks.
I don't know if this is made available online, but you had mentioned besides the Grad Plus loan that there were the educational loans you could get from private banks and that they had variable rates. I was wondering, where do you have the list of the banks that you suggest and their current rates?
You just send me an email, I'll send you the PDF.
Okay, thank you.
And remember, those are suggested lenders. It does not mean that you have to borrow from them. What I recommend students to do is because what we'll send you is a chart, and it'll say, what are the interest rate, how it's determined, what's the loan origination fee, what does repayment look like. So you can use that chart and do your own research as well. So again, they're suggested lenders. You don't have to borrow from them.
In your experience, how do international students finance their education if they're not eligible for student loans?
Most of our international students will borrow from their home country, a student loan, to get here, or any other sources of funding that might be eligible from where they're coming in from. Some students will apply for scholarships, such as the Fulbright, which will cover tuition, fees, cost of attendance. So that's how we see international students financing their education.
For the payment plan, is there interest applied to each individual payment, or is the total amount just evenly divided among the 5 or 10 payments that you would elect?
Okay, I'll start off by saying that there's no interest rate in the payment plan. There's only that $45 application fee, and that's it.
Okay.
So then, again, to use the $5,000 example, so if you sign up for the payment plan, you basically will need $5,045. The $45 you pay up front, and then every month you're going to pay the $500. Make sense?
Yep.
For part-time students, the full bill is due for the summer on June 12th, and then you can do the payment plan for the fall and the spring semester.
Right.
I think you just kind of answered one of my first questions. The June 12th, does that apply to the full-time MS students?
No, only the,
right.
just for the summer.
Okay. Can you
For
speak?
the summer part-time students.
For the summer part-time students, right. Can you speak a little bit to the sort of the difference between the federal and this private student loans, pros and cons either off? And the second question is there some sort of like work-study-esque program, and does that help much at all if there is?
Okay. The main differences between the Graduate Plus and the private loan are two main things. The interest rate. The interest rate for the Graduate Plus loan is fixed, meaning it doesn't matter how the economy is doing, it doesn't matter how your credit history looks like, it's locked. That's what your interest rate will be. For the private, it's variable. So it's pretty much dependent on those factors, what your credit looks like, how the economy is doing. So you can start off with one interest rate, and then it can increase or it can decrease. So that's number one. Number two, it's the repayment options that you will have under each program. The Graduate Plus loan, because it is a loan that is given or it's guaranteed by the Department of Education, will offer some flexible repayments plan and different ones. And again, if you go to studentloans.gov and they have some repayment calculators, I encourage each and every single one of you to go in there and look to see what your repayment is going to look like. With the private loans, you don't have that option. They usually have a standard repayment plan, and that's what you will go into, and that's what you will need to pay on a monthly basis. The other main difference with the Graduate Plus loan, if you experience any economic hardship, if you decide to go back to school, if there's any issue that's going on in your life that will prevent you from repaying your loan, they'll work with you. They'll say either make smaller payments or don't make any payments for this amount of time. Interest will continue to accrue, but it will not negatively affect your credit history. They will not garnish your wages or anything like that. And you have that flexibility of doing that, or if you decide to continue with your studies. With the private loans, you don't have that. It's once you go into repayment, you're in repayment. If you're experiencing any economic hardship or if you're unable to make payments, we understand, but you need to make the payments. So those are the main differences. Make sense? Oh, the work study, yes. Work study, again, if you're in the full-time program, it's not an option. It's just not, it's not going to work. Our work study funding, for those of you that do not know what work study is basically giving you an opportunity to look for a job on campus in an office or library or whatever the case may be. And you work as though it was a regular job and you get paid for the number of hours that you work there. Our students, I can tell you right now, do not use the work study. If the few students that have used work study or have taken advantage of that have been the part-timers, and again, it's not common. It's not something that our students take advantage, are able to take advantage of, if you will.
And why would that be? Just the time commitments?
Exactly. Remember, throughout this whole open house, we're like, you're going to be here, and the J School is going to own you, and all of that stuff, so.
I have a couple of questions. Is there a 6-month grace period as with undergraduate loans with graduate loans?
Yes, there is.
There is, okay. And can we defer current student loan payments if we've already got those with our undergrad?
Excellent question. Yes. You will be able to go into what it's called in-school deferment once you begin classes here.
Okay, and would that also apply to private loans, or does that just vary according to your lender?
That is correct.
Okay.
It varies according to the lender. It's been my experience, though, that most lenders, private lenders, will not defer your loans. So ask them.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions? Please come to the mic.
I know that there's a $1,000 due on May 1st if you decide to enroll. Why is that? And also, what happens if you would like to enroll but you can't pay that in time?
Right. Unfortunately, what she's referring to is the admissions fee, and that is required if you want to enroll here at the J School. It's part of the requirement. Remember when we discussed the non-negotiable, what is needed in order for you to come here? That fee is part of that. If you aren't able to make that payment, unfortunately, again, to go back to when we started the presentation, when we say these are the non-negotiable fees that you have to pay, we're unable to offer any fee waivers for that, just like with the application fees and everything else. And I'm sorry, I don't have a better answer for that.
So this is a question specifically for the dual degree program. I don't know if, because you are taking classes in both departments, are there any graduate or teaching assistantships available to students after their first year or first semester at the institution?
I believe you're able to take advantage of that, but I will need to double check that for you, and that's the honest answer. Okay, so just make sure to send me an email, and I'll refer that, because I see what you're saying. You have the summer term where you're not, yes.
I have two questions. Is the $1,000, is that taken from the tuition or no?
No,
It's
no,
just an
it's
additional
separate.
fee?
Exactly,
Okay, cool.
yes.
And then when you're going through the part-time 2-year federal
Yes.
funding,
Mhm.
he mentioned an excess in funding or something like that?
Yes.
Could you explain that?
Yes, absolutely. So let me see if I can, and bear with me because I am not savvy when it comes to the Mac computer, which all of you will be by the time you finish here, but I'm a PC person. All right, so let's look at, this is the slide that you're referring to, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so let me think of a simple way of explaining this. All right, I think I have it. So that first year that you're here, it consists of summer, fall, spring, 3 terms, okay? The federal government says for those 3 terms, you can offer a student $41,000. Remember how the $20,500 and the $25,500? The $20,500, it's supposed to cover 2 semesters. You see, like the $10,250, $10,250, and then in the spring semester, instead of dividing the $20,500 between spring and the following summer,
Got it.
yes, we're giving it all to you. As per federal regulations, we have to do that. Give it all to the student during the spring semester, so then it becomes your responsibility to make sure that you hang on, because this is obviously going to be more than what you're going to owe the university,
Right.
to hang on to the funding so that you're able to cover the summer.
Right. So in actuality, it's even funding for both years?
Exactly.
Okay, cool.
Yes, it's just how the funding is dispersed.
Great. Thanks.
Any other questions? No? Okay, so with that, let me see if I can go back to the end of the presentation, and it's only going to give you a brief summary. Remember that your cost of attendance includes tuition and fees and your living expenses. Please, please, please take into account your living expenses. Although you're not going to be billed by the university, it's something that you will be accruing on a monthly basis. Think about the timeline before May 1st, before you commit. Make sure you have a set plan. Before you walk in through those doors as a student, make sure that you have squared away all of your finances, so that's not even a concern, it's not even on your radar while you're here. Remember that we are here to answer any questions. I know that sometimes students say, well, you know what, they've covered this already, or I might be too shy to approach them. That's what we're here for. Ask us as many questions as you have. Even if it's the same questions, I'm very well known for saying, I have 2 more questions, and just to summarize, so I understand. And here's the contact information. We're here in Pulitzer Hall, right in the lobby area. You cannot miss us. Our phone number is 212-854-8608, which is the phone number for the admissions office. The email address is the same one that you have been emailing us to, as well as scholarship8@jrn.columbia.edu. If you are going to be enrolling here as a student, here's a tip: add us to your SAFE email list, because sometimes when we send you any notifications of outside scholarships or any internal scholarships, it gets sent to your junk mail or it's blocked. So make sure that scholarship8@jrn.columbia.edu, it's part of your SAFE list. And you can find all of this information that we have reviewed with you at this website. So with that said, thank you, and we'll continue to see you.